o'clock, good morning and welcome to Wednesday's edition of Breakfast. It's 6 o'clock, good morning and welcome to Wednesday's edition of Breakfast News Live on GTV, where we bring you updates of news across the country and international, as well as the weather report. We're streaming live on Facebook at GTV Ghana and across all our social media platforms at GTV Ghana. I am Helen Shatete. Now let's get the detail of the stories. Candidates of All People's Congress has vowed to ban all private mining. Dr. Hassan Ayaruga, the presidential candidate of All People's Congress, has vowed to ban all private mining in Ghana, placing full control of the sector in the hands of the government. He further emphasized that his administration would review all existing mining licenses, claiming that many politicians are the ones directly benefiting from the illegal mining activities.
Small-scale mining, President. I'm going to ban large-scale mining in this country. Small-scale mining, nobody's going to mine Galamsey, and all mining activities in this country.
You're banning all of that.
Everything, nobody's going to mine in this country.
Wow. Okay.
And the only institution that will mine back to them will be the government of Ghana. In the 70s.
Okay.
So I'm taking back what belongs to Ghanaians back to them. Because certain businessmen in the 70s brought in agricultural gold and all this mining gold sector to rip Ghana off. Got so much money. So they made so much. Some of them went to South Africa. I don't want to call names. Got so much money and went to. So if individuals can mine and make so much and the country is suffering and looking for revenue, why can't we again take back our own sovereignty and mine? Then we can put institutions, government mining, to train our young men and women who will now be engaged in the mining, government mining activities. And then we do audits into the mining sector. Those who did not pay royalties, the government must all pay. And then we'll cancel all, we'll review all mining licenses and concessions.
And you touched on Galamsey briefly, and I would like to know, are water bodies that have already been destroyed, what is going to happen to them? And are you going to do it on target basis with the mining communities that these young people are mining illegally with impunity without recourse to the law? And people keep saying it's law enforcement agencies that must work, and it's even above political will.
If you say it's about political will, I disagree with you. First of all, it's the politicians who are mining.
It is?
It is the politician who owns those concessions. You don't have the power to stop mining. And if you say that
the leader of the All People's Congress also says campaign is expensive and their voters are asking for money to vote for him.
With campaign heading towards the election?
Campaign is expensive.
Okay.
And the Ghanaian people are making it very difficult for political parties to be sincere and honest with them. And I say this because I understand the economic situation in Ghana, the hardship and the suffering. But when you go out there campaigning, the demand for money before they say they'll vote for you is becoming worrisome. Because when you want to rule the people, you want their mandate. And instead of them asking you about your policies and how you intend to change their lifestyle, then they start asking you about giving them money before they vote for you. What it means is that we're going to have a country where we have people with more money than more brains. So we will not be voting for people who have money than brains. Because at the end of the day, the Ghanaian people are not looking for a leader who's coming to change their fortunes, who's coming to build their country, who's coming to change their economic situation and challenges, who's coming to build policies that will transform their country and make their institutions stronger. But for them, anybody who wants to run for president, just give us money. So going around the country, it's almost everywhere. Everywhere you go. It's sad, but this is the situation. It's all about give me money, give me money. I can't stand it.
How did we get to this stage?
Yes, I can't stand it. Because it's becoming embarrassing that instead of the youth asking me, Mr. Edgar, what is your policy on youth unemployment? What's your policy on graduate unemployment? What's your policy on education? What's your policy on health? Or what's your policy on transportation or agriculture? They don't want to hear that.
39 of Democracy Hub protesters have been remanded by the Circuit Court for 2 weeks in Accra. The arrest occurred on Sunday, September 22, after violent clashes erupted between protesters and police officers at the 37 intersection in Accra. A bench warrant has also been issued for arrest of one of the protesters who is on a police bail inquiry. Prosecution told the court the defendant was notified of the court date but failed to attend hearing on Tuesday afternoon.
Charges preferred against the accused persons are conspiracy to commit crime, namely unlawful assembly, causing unlawful damage, and offensive conduct due to breach of peace, assault on police officer, and defacement of public property. 28 of them have been remanded into police custody and 11 others in prison custody for 2 weeks. 28 who have remanded into police custody pleaded not guilty, while the plea of the 11 in prison custody are yet to be taken. Lawyer for the 11 prayed the court for adjournment in order to afford the legal team time to study the charges, as the charge sheet was presented to them when they were in court. The case has been adjourned to October 8, 2024.
Hundreds of volunteers from Erocha Ghana, a conservation organization, have taken to the streets to press the government to take action against illegal mining, popularly known as Galamsey. The protesters, who held placards with messages demanding the government to act, scattered across the capital city, urging the president to take decisive steps to protect the country's water bodies and preserve the forests.
This led by Democracy Hub began 3 days ago and has garnered growing support from environmental activists, local communities and concerned citizens. The protesters, determined to hold the government accountable, are demanding immediate action to stop the Galamsey operations that have polluted rivers and water bodies across the country, especially in mining areas.
And join us to this client call and let us stop Galamsey, let us stop the river pollution, anything that destroys our rivers. We are calling on all stakeholders, we are calling on governments, we are calling on all other institutions to join us to stop pollution of our rivers.
Representatives from the CSOs emphasized that the Galamsey menace is not only a threat to Ghana's environment, but also a public health crisis, as many communities now lack access to clean water. They are calling on the government to enforce stricter regulations, deploy resources to combat illegal mining, and hold perpetrators accountable. The protesters have vowed to continue their demonstrations until tangible measures are taken to address the Galamsey issue.
We want Ghanaians to know where their water comes from. We want them to know that when they wake up and they open their tap, it doesn't come from magic. It's not magic. The water that we drink, the water that we bath with, the water that we use to brush our teeth, it comes from our rivers, and our source of rivers are getting destroyed.
The ongoing protest emphasizes the growing public concern over the long-term environmental and social impact of Galamsey, as citizens demand a cleaner, safer environment for future generations.
The presidential candidate of the NPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, says he wants to lead a government that will inject capital and technology into the country's agriculture. During an interaction with traditional villagers and opinion leaders in Esikuma Odobin Brakwa, Dr. Bawumia said agriculture is the backbone of the country, and through capital injection and applied technology, Ghana will increase its food production and achieve food security.
Brakwa was one of the constituencies the presidential candidate of the NPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, visited as part of his campaign tour in the central region. The meeting with the leaders in the constituency was called by Dr. Bawumia to interact with them, solicit their opinions, put his policies before them, and also ask for their votes in the December 7 election. Among Dr. Bawumia's team was the former NPP presidential aspirant Kennedy Ejapong, as well as the parliamentary candidate for the constituency, Winfred Ebey Ayen. Among the initiatives the people expressed appreciation to the government includes the free SHS policy, one district, one factory, roads expansion, and the DRIP initiative for the road sector. They applauded Dr. Bawumia for his forward-looking policies that seeks to make life easy for Ghanaians. The presidential candidate, Dr. Mamudu Bawumia, told the opinion leaders of his commitment to improve agriculture for food security in Ghana.
Ghana, north, east, south, west, a Greek no so ye the capital sika etai ekuyafochi with technology na omobetimi expand production na yetimi anya mpuntu bibri ekuyafo ye Ghana so be.
Dr. Bawumia and his team, after the meeting with the chiefs and opinion leaders, had a mini rally with supporters of the NPP. The former NPP presidential aspirant, Mr. Kennedy Ejapong, called on the party to have a united front ahead of the December elections.
Unity any momono na NDC fono afem enti beisramo sa Obama akuya abamontam.
The presidential candidate of the NPP, Dr. Bawumia, said the credit scoring system will make life easier for Ghanaians.
Before the end of this year, we will launch Ghana credit system.
Dr. Bawumia said the NPP has demonstrated that it has a better vision and ideas than the other party, so Ghanaians must give the NPP another chance to implement human-centered policies for Ghanaians.
On the other side, the National Democratic Congress has intensified its call on the EC for a forensic audit to address the errors in the voters' register. These errors, according to the party, include 243,540 previous transfers that were illegally added to the 2024 transfers, with some repeated 4,415,000 unidentified voters transfer. The party therefore met some civil society organizations, religious organizations, and other stakeholders in Accra to join in mounting pressure on the EC for the forensic audit in the voters' register.
Agreed to publish the findings of the forensic audit. They should re-exhibit the register after the forensic audit, review and correct all unauthorized transfers, adopt a revised timeline for electoral activities without compromising the 7th December election date. And they should institute accountability and integrity measures to prevent future manipulation of the voters' register. Have we gotten to the polling station yet on December 7? But do you agree that the things we've shared with you can lead to rigging of an election? So let no one ever deceive you that it is only at the polling station that elections can be rigged. Elections are not only won at the polling stations. Elections can be won from the offices of the Electoral Commission. And if I may add, if this crop of people are in charge of the Electoral Commission, and the evidence is clear, is replete, the system may still be infiltrated the night before the election. The system must be sufficiently impregnable. Forensic audit now.
And let's go to the foreign front. Though not enough to pay back to Africa for the barbaric acts meted out to the 12.5 million people sent to America as slaves, reparative justice can go a long way to accelerate the development of countries which suffer the ravages of colonialism, says President Akufo-Addo. The president made this statement during a side event on restorative justice organized by UNESCO in New York.
The drive to push for restorative justice from enslavement has been a major preoccupation by Pan-Africanists for decades. The advocacy has gained currency with nations in the Caribbean and Africa, which bore the brunt of this inhumane and barbaric act, speaking with one voice to correct the injustice done to them. In November 2023, Ghana, which has 75% of slave forts in the world, hosted a conference which called for a global commission. In furtherance of this, UNESCO has held a sideline event at the United Nations headquarters in New York, with speakers stressing that beneficiaries of slavery should be made to pay compensation for enslaving societies as well as the slaves and their descendants.
If we fail to understand the experiences of marginalized people, we undermine the purpose of our efforts.
President Akufo-Addo welcomed calls from the Caribbean and African nations for reparations to accelerate economic development. The estimate of reparations for post-enslavement period is calculated to be $22.9 trillion, putting the total sum to just over $130 trillion.
At least 30 decomposing bodies have been found on the boat off the coast of Senegal. A statement from the military says the Navy found the body in a vessel that was adrift about 70 kilometers from the capital, Dakar. They brought the wooden canoe into port on Monday morning. The military says given how decomposed the bodies were, the migrants were probably adrift on the Atlantic Ocean for many days before the fishermen found them. Investigations are underway to determine when and where the boat departed and how many people were on the board. Up next is the weather report for today. On the line is Felicity Ahafianya from the GNet to give us updates for today's weather. Good morning, Felicity.
Good morning, Valencia. How are you?
I'm doing well by God's grace. How are you doing this morning?
I am much better today than yesterday. So sorry for not mentioning your name properly, changing your name for you.
Yeah, forgive me for that. What's our weather looking like for today?
Yeah, thanks so much. And good morning to our dear viewers and listeners. For today, currently we are having a rainstorm over the northern region, Savannah, part of Bono East and Ahafo, into part of Oti regions. We expect it to continue to up to 8 to maximum at 10 a.m. to produce rain and thunder over these areas. The other parts of the country, Volta region, Greater Accra, and part of the upper west and then the upper east region, we expect them to have cloudy conditions this morning with a possibility of some showers. And then later we expect the sun to also set in. By evening, some areas over the Ashanti region, those in the upper east, upper west, parts of Oti region and Volta are still expected to have some afternoon showers with possible some occasional thunderstorms. So the hard hit areas is the Ashanti region and part of the western north. So we are expecting it by afternoon into the evening hours. Temperatures will be 30, 33 across the 16 region. The fisher folks, the state of the sea is still rough, so we expect them to take precautions. And today, they are likely to observe cloudy conditions over the ocean. It's not a rain storm clouds, but some high, medium, and some low clouds is expected. For the Volta Lake, those in the Oti region, currently we have in some cloudy situations that is likely to produce some showers.
Okay, thank you very much for that update. That was Felicity Ahafianyo from the G-Net. Now let's have the Alpha Lotto winning numbers for Delta Tuesday. Alpha Lotto winning numbers for Delta Tuesday: 73, 56, 31, 77, 26. Alpha Lotto winning numbers for Delta Tuesday again: 73, 73, 56, 56, 31, 31, 77, 77, and 26, 26. I bet you don't want to miss any of our goodies on the breakfast show this morning. We'll be back shortly after this break.
Live from GBC Studio 1, this is the breakfast show.
Karmel bukata namna zamanu tambo zanjanda taliyabam simple na wanda so
daga cikin rawa na azo a gani da Hausawa suka taka a cikin wannan ƙasa shine kafa zangonnai da suka zama gimshiki na cibiyoyin kasuwanci da fatauci. Ko shakka babu shi ke karfafa ingantacciyar tattalin arziki da kuma karfafa al'adun gargajiya.
Wakake abuna gogbe ke biye ehiawa. Demo fianwa ke okobia baweni ni awele ka buya uni sanagwe abagule. Ka vitamin A uni sanaha gbeke sani ahale.
Jujogbedudo kokodi yakatoi. Enyaiba anga uhana mona chishipo iga chidodovania. Watan atrangao azunububuwe.
Sukuu no yako buke adwun. No ma na bi sukuu no ba. Otemu de bi ma donwane. Ba wa ya. Okay. Agrek no more ngokwa ne Ebonijiman. Ma ya le wiade ne mwane.
Adult education, showing from Monday to Saturday at 5 p.m. only on GTV.
As part of the 50th anniversary celebration of the Tamale Teaching Hospital, TTH, in partnership with the Overlord of Dagmong in Diana, is embarking on a significant project to construct a dedicated pediatric block that will save the lives of countless children. Diana invites individuals, organizations, and philanthropists around the globe to join our efforts with their financial contribution.
Someone making a remarkable impact in their community. Someone whose dedication and excellence inspire others. It's time to recognize their efforts. Introducing the most prestigious Royal 2025 Millennium Excellence Awards, celebrating outstanding achievements across various fields. And now, you can nominate those extraordinary individuals or companies who deserve recognition. Nominating is easy. Visit our website at mef.nominate.live. Click on the nominate button, choose a category, and fill in the details of your nominee. It's that simple. Join us in recognizing those who make a difference. Your nomination could change a life and inspire many. Visit mef.nominate.live and nominate your preferred personality or company for the 2025 Millennium Excellence Awards. Nomination is open from now to December 2024. Be part of the change. Nominate today. To be a sponsor for this prestigious royal event, contact 053-540-1903.
Official media partners: GBC News, GTV, Lifestyle TV, Garden City TV, GBCGhanaOnline.com, Unique 95.7 FM, and Daily Graphic.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
Hi, good morning. Welcome to GTV Breakfast. I am Altiti Saida Sadiq. Look, this Wednesday, there's a lot that we are going to sample on GTV Breakfast. You know, we'll talk about your health, definitely. Let you know the big stories making the headlines. And in health, though, we're looking at menstrual hygiene and menstrual cramps. It's one issue that a lot of women find dear to their heart because they deal with this. And so we'll be bringing that conversation to you just right after our quote of the day, and then the big stories that are making the news on the headline segment with King Calf. But I'm not alone here. I'm here with Jay, and Jay's going to tell us what the other rundown on his side of the show is. Jay, what's up?
I'm good, Maltiti. How you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah, God have mercy. So it's me, that GTV boy, Jay Gabra, also here on #GTV Breakfast. So we are looking at a conversation on turning our waste into resources. We can't just let it be waste. We have to transform it into something else. So that feature will be coming up. It was recorded earlier. That will be Boss Coffee presenting that segment as well. And then we'll bring you another feature that was recorded all the way in the Western region at a fort the Dutch built way back in the day, Fort Battenstein. I know I mentioned it before, and now we're bringing it back this morning. And of course, on the social media corner, that's coming top of the hour at 7 o'clock. We have a lot of trends coming up for you, including Free the Citizens, where some people joined the demonstration and were arrested by the police. Yeah, it looks like some people are reporting that some people were taken into custody have not been seen again and stuff like that. Some people have also been remanded that the court has given them bail and all that. So a lot going on in the trends, including the fact that I was reading about Marcellus Williams, who was executed, even though prosecutors, those who are supposed to prosecute criminals, told judges and everybody that, oh, he's innocent, but he was still executed. Wow. So that's one of the trends that I was reading about this morning. So an exciting lineup coming up for you. Yes. Yes, Jay. An exciting lineup indeed. And so definitely we'll be, monitoring to see how you join our conversation. You always send us a WhatsApp messages at 05555561034. That's our WhatsApp number. And so we can't wait to engage you. We can't wait to have you. That's it for our lineup, and that's what you have to expect. So keep us company today. We're back with more. It's time now for our motivational booster for the day. I'm speaking, of course, about the quote of the day. Sometimes waking up in the morning, some of us, we are not morning people, so we need something extra to ginger us for the rest of the day. And this time we are going all the way to Greece, to one of their ancient philosophers, one of the founders of Platonism, of course, Plato himself, a Greek philosopher who was taught by Aristotle and who was taught by Socrates, and one of his students was Aristotle. He had a lot of ideas when it comes to politics and, fusing politics with philosophy, and in order to lead an ideal life. And this morning, that's where we are taking one of our quotes from, and it goes, "Good people do not need laws to tell them to act responsibly, while bad people will find a way around the laws." That's quite an interesting quote. Good people do not need laws to tell them to act responsibly, while bad people will find a way around the laws. For me, my understanding for this is the fact that some people will try and circumnavigate the law no matter what you do. So the laws are put in place, to guide all of us. And as a good person, when you see somebody breaking the law, at least you know that this person is breaking this law. Now, you know how to deal with that person. Yes, so that's our quote from Plato this morning, one of the ancient Greek philosophers. He has a lot of stuff out there. Go read about him and some of his philosophies. Maybe you may agree with him, maybe you may not. But you cannot argue with him because he's long gone. That's our quote for today. We'll go on a quick break. When we come back, it's the health segment.
Ghanaian child, I think conflict is the most expensive commodity to ever have as a country. Do you think that is what we want? No, we do not. As a prominent youth of Ghana, I stand for peace, and I'm calling on all youth to come together and let's pledge for peace. It is the most important commodity. It is the bedrock for economic growth, government growth, every other single growth. I don't think any other investor will be here if the country is torn into pieces. My name is Eunice Kisiwajan. I'm from the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center, and I pledge for peace. Join me. Let's all preach a peaceful 2024 election. Go to the polls, vote, but stay home and listen to the correct results from the Electoral Commission. I stand for peace. Come and stand with me.
The Minister for the Republic of Ghana for Defense. We support and pledge for peace, and I urge you all to do the same. Thank you.
The strength of every nation is deeply rooted in unity in diversity, and peace is a crucial element for fostering this unity. Peace goes beyond the absence of conflict. It is the ability to find peaceful means to resolve our differences. It is a foundation upon which we can all build and reach our dreams and aspirations. It is also the cornerstone for sustainable development, because without peace, there can be no development, and no peace without development. 2024 is an important election year in Ghana and across the world. It is time to stand together for peace. For lasting peace, we must learn to tolerate and respect divergent views in politics and in life. I urge you all to join us today to pledge for peace.
Live from GBC Studio One, this is The Breakfast Show.
Welcome back to the show. This is GTV Breakfast, and it's our health segment now, and we're going to dive into our conversation. You know that we try as much as possible, to scan through what are the pressing issues that bother you with regards to your health, and then we do women. Today is Wednesday, and it's a Woman Crash Wednesday because our menstrual cramps conversation has to do with women. You can send your questions to our doctor on 055-556-1034 on WhatsApp, or leave your question on our stream at GTV Ghana. We're streaming there. My name is Maltiti Saida Sadek. Menstrual cramps is a common issue, and despite it being a common issue, normally it's shrouded because of stigma, and most women are silent about it. This morning we're going to explore the symptoms, the solutions to menstrual cramps. I know for some women, they may feel that there's no solution. They have to deal with this till, for a lifetime. Dr. Esther Yesuto Agbozo is a medical doctor with Wejagbawe Municipal Hospital. Doc, good morning. You're a favorite of the show now. Welcome back to the table.
Thank you.
Great. Look, there's even the argument of some women that when the menses starts, maybe they should be given some days off because it seems like it's very bad for some people. Explain the feeling of what menstrual cramps is, Doc.
Okay, so menstrual cramps, we call it dysmenorrhea. That's the medical term. So dysmenorrhea basically is pain which has to do with menstruation. Okay, now, like you said, some people may be asking for days off because there are levels of severity. For some women, it is mild. For some women, it is moderate. And for some women, it is severe. Now, depending on the severity of the pain that we are talking about, it can sometimes point us to whether it is primary dysmenorrhea, which usually has no underlying cause. It means there is no other medical condition. It's just the menstruation that is causing the pain. Or it can be secondary dysmenorrhea, which means even though the person is having menstrual cramps, there is something else which is making the person have the menstrual cramps. Okay. And usually for secondary dysmenorrhea, they would have very severe menstrual cramps, and there will be other symptoms associated. So depending on the severity of the pain that we are talking about and whether there are some other particular symptoms that we are looking for, then it can tell us if it is primary dysmenorrhea or it's a secondary dysmenorrhea.
Interesting. And what's this dysmenorrhea? What becomes that?
Okay, so what happens is that, when you are going through the ovulation period, the uterus or the womb is prepared to receive an embryo or, let's say, a baby, right? Okay. Now, when that doesn't happen, the woman doesn't get pregnant, at the end of the cycle, now the uterus has to shed the lining of the uterus because it had been prepped for pregnancy and the pregnancy did not happen. So now the uterus has to shed the lining which was prepared so that it would start the process all over again. So during the shedding, that is what we see as our menstruation. Now, you'd see that the uterus has to contract. So the contraction is just like when somebody's going to give birth, the uterus goes through that contraction to expel the baby.
Every time?
Yes.
Wow.
So your uterus has to, the contractions are not like that of childbirth, but there is uterine contraction to expel the content. Right. Now, during the contraction, sometimes we have substances that we call prostaglandins. They, initiate the contraction process. Now, these prostaglandins cause pain. Right? So in the process of trying to expel the content of the uterus, they end up causing the menstrual cramps that we get. And then again, the cervix also has to dilate to some extent for the content to come out. So sometimes that cervical dilatation also leads to the menstrual cramps that you have. And so you'd see that it's just like a normal thing that is supposed to happen. The uterus is supposed to just expel its content. However, the process surrounding the entire thing now comes with the pain that we feel as menstrual cramps.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
I know our viewers may have questions, so I just want to put out the WhatsApp number again. 055-556-1034 is on your screen. 055-556-1034. Have you been dealing with menstrual cramps or issues regarding menstruation in the cycle, and you have questions for our doctor? She's here in the studio this morning so that she can answer them. Do hormones play a part in experiencing these cramps, and does everybody have hormonal changes? Okay,
so the first question, hormones do play a part. Now, you'd come to understand that during our cycle, there's a period we have, for women, we have mainly progesterone and estrogen. Okay. Now, during our ovulation period, you'd see that the progesterone levels go up. Now, whilst these progesterone levels have gone up, it also helps with the preparation of the entire place for the pregnancy. Now, when it doesn't happen, the progesterone levels now drop when your cycle is about to happen. Now, that drop in the progesterone levels will now incite the production of the prostaglandins, right? So hormones do play a part. Okay. Now, we all do get hormonal changes. Once you're a woman, at every point in time in your cycle, sometimes you have high estrogen levels, sometimes you have high progesterone levels. It depends on where you are in your cycle. And then again, even some women can have, for some people who have secondary dysmenorrhea, one of the causes that we'll talk about is what we call PCOS, or polycystic ovarian syndrome. Okay. I'm sure a lot of people have heard about it. Now, for these people, they have a lot of male hormones, what we call androgens. So instead of more female hormones, they have more male hormones, which is causing their condition, and it will give them bad menstrual cramps.
Wow.
Yes, so hormones do play a part, and we all do get hormonal changes. But depending on what hormonal change you are getting, it can be concerning or it can be normal.
Wow, there are hormonal changes that can be concerning, and you have to see a doctor.
Yes, for somebody who has PCOS, who is having high androgen levels, you definitely have to see a doctor. Because if you don't do that, what is going to happen is that now it's called polycystic ovarian syndrome. So it means it's affecting your ovaries. The ovaries are what will help you get pregnant. So if your ovaries are affected, you are going to have issues with fertility at some point.
Wow. So you don't sit at home and deal with cramps. You should go see a doctor if it's severe.
Severe, yes. So like I said, if there are other symptoms associated, so usually in our cycle, you see that some people would have headaches, some people will have some nausea, some people will have bloating, some people have diarrhea or constipation. Now, these are some of the
symptoms on the screen, the headache, the abdominal pain, diarrhea, bloating.
Yes.
Okay.
But now, if you're having other symptoms like pain during sexual intercourse, you're having any abnormal vaginal discharge, you're having any bleeding outside of your normal menstrual period, you definitely need to see a doctor. Or you begin to feel like your abdomen is getting bigger or it's getting heavier, there could be something going on in that you don't know. So you definitely have to come and see a doctor. Or then again, if you are doing, the natural remedies or taking pain medication and it is not going out, the pain is not getting better, then you have to come to the hospital.
Wow.
Yeah.
So managing it with painkillers all the time, just because you feel like it's a normal phenomenon that will keep happening with your meds, you should go to a doctor and rule out that it is not PCOS.
Yes. It is not PCOS, it is not fibroids, it's not endometriosis. It can be a lot of things. Yeah, so when you come, usually we'll take a history, we'll examine you, we'll ask for some labs and then maybe a scan to see what is going on inside. If there's nothing, we tell you there's nothing, then you go home. If there is something, we deal with it as soon as possible.
Okay, so some women have their menstruation for 5 days, 6, 7 days. If the pain lasts throughout the menstrual period, is that something to be worried about?
That is something to be worried about, because usually the pain that comes, if it's primary dysmenorrhea, the pain for some people, their pain will start maybe a day or two before the bleeding starts. And then usually the pain would last for about 72 hours. Okay, so if your pain goes beyond the 72 hours and it is still very severe, you may want to come to the hospital because it could be something else. Because for people who have like the endometriosis, adenomyosis, and even some of the uterine fibroids, some of them would have pain which would last maybe the entire... I remember I had a friend, when her cycle starts, even at the time, it's today when I was coming that it occurred to me, because at the time I was not a doctor.
Right.
When her cycle starts, if it's 7 days, she'll be crying for 7 days. So for that 7 days, it's just tears because of the amount of pain.
Yes,
the amount of pain she's in, she'll be crying the entire time till her period is over. Wow. So for my friend back then, she should have seen a doctor because it is not normal that you are having pain all throughout. By 72 hours, the pain should begin to wear off. And then the bleeding still goes on, but there is no pain now. So if it's still going on the entire cycle, you should be worried.
Should you try at least to manage it with some painkillers, or if you just have to go to the hospital after 72 hours if the pain is not coming down?
After 72 hours, depending on the severity of the pain, like I said, the pain will begin to wane by 72 hours, to begin to go. So if you notice that, okay, it's getting better, it's going away, you may not have to be worried. But if it is still that's intense, then you want to go to the hospital.
Is it bad to manage it with the pain with painkillers to the point where it builds resistance to the painkillers?
Okay, so what happens with painkillers is that the more painkillers you take, it gets to a point where you develop what we call tolerance. So maybe a specific amount of painkiller which can take away your pain now may not be able to do the same thing for you in some time to come.
Okay.
So usually we don't like to jump to painkillers. That's why there are some natural things that you can do. Some people would talk about the heat pads or the hot baths. You can take a hot bath. For some people, it's exercise. Funny enough, most of the time when we're in that pain, we just want to lie down.
Exercise.
But exercise is one of the... You know what happens?
Okay.
One of the things that leads to the causing of the pain is that there is reduced blood flow to the uterus. Because the body is trying to prevent excessive blood loss. Now, because of that reduced blood flow, the body interprets as there's something wrong. And that's why the prostaglandins are produced and then you have more pain. When you begin to exercise, it increases blood flow right? So it actually helps you, but because of the way we feel during that time, we just want to lie down, we don't want to be disturbed. But the truth of the matter is, the truth of the matter is being physically active actually improves your pain. And it is also a good distraction because you are doing something, so your mind is not even there. But if you are just lying there doing nothing, of course, you are going to be feeling that there is something going on there.
I'm sure a lot of people are going to argue with you on that one about exercising because they are in pain. All they want is either the hot, or painkillers.
I know.
But to exercise, but that's a good one. I didn't think about the fact that it would distract you as well when you exercise. So it's a good regime. How about foods before your menstruation?
Yes. So the thing is that, for some particular foods which are rich in what we call omega-6 fatty acids. So we are looking at red meat, we are looking at poultry, we are looking at dairy products, we are looking at canned and processed foods.
Sorry, clear that for us. These are foods that what?
Okay, so they contain what we call omega-6 fatty acids.
Okay.
This omega-6 fatty acid leads to the production of a particular substance called arachidonic acid.
Oh,
now, this particular substance, the arachidonic acid, also stimulates the production of the prostaglandins, which will cause the pain. So if you're eating anything which is rich in omega-6 fatty acids, you should be preparing yourself for the pain.
And these things include what again?
We are looking at red meat, we are looking at poultry, which is just chicken, and eggs. We are looking at dairy products. We are looking at canned and processed foods. We have either caffeine, some preservatives, sugar, all those things.
So it's not only sugar. When they say if you take too much sugar, that's when you feel the pain.
You may not take sugar, you are eating chicken, you are eating red meats, you are still in the same soup.
Why is the biological system not being fair? Because, sometimes around that time that I feel the women have cravings.
Unfortunately.
Wow.
Yes. So some of the foods that you can actually resort to are foods that are rather rich in omega-3 fatty acids.
Okay, tell us about those kinds of.
So we are looking at fish. Okay, so your salmon, your tuna will come in. We're looking at your green vegetables. Okay, so your contomere, your spinach should also come in. And you are trying to drink a lot of water, stay hydrated. The reason is that when you are dehydrated, again, it will give the body the sense that something is wrong. Then you have production of the prostaglandins and then the process. So you have to stay hydrated, drink a lot of water instead of all the energy drinks and the sugary drinks. You are better off.
On the screen, the foods, the one with the green marks are the ones we should eat.
Yes.
Okay, that's the nuts.
Yes, the fruits,
exactly. Meat, and then what we shouldn't eat. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So these are the foods the foods we should eat versus the foods we should not eat. Hey, red meat, chicken. Eggs.
Oh, I mean, it's just for a few days.
Yeah.
It's just for a few days. You can survive without chicken for a few days.
If you ask pregnant women, they'll tell you. Those cravings, you're like, why do you have to go through this when you're not even pregnant?
They are like, you are pregnant, you are no more menstruating, so you've dodged the period.
Yeah, but the cravings is crazy, for both sides. How about alcohol consumption?
Alcohol is, some people think that alcohol will give you some distraction.
Relief, okay.
However, what alcohol will do is that alcohol robs your body of water, right? Okay. So it can, again, put you in the semi dehydrated state, which would,
cause the pain.
And you need to remember that the alcohol you are taking is going to wear off at some point. And when it wears off, the pain is going to be more intense than whatever you think you were feeling before. So I don't think it's a good go-to for you. Yeah.
Okay. What are other, medicines that you can use to manage it? First aid.
Yes. So for first aid, usually we go to what we call them non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, or simply put, NSAIDs. So these NSAIDs, like I said, because prostaglandins are initiating like an inflammatory process, the drugs try to reverse the process, right? So we are talking about basic medications like ibuprofen. We are talking about medication like diclofenac, like naproxen. These are NSAIDs, and then they help with the pain. Now, these medications are over-the-counter medications, okay? So you can get them without a prescription.
Right.
However, for some people, NSAIDs may not work for them. Data has shown that NSAIDs will work for about 80 to 90% of women with primary dysmenorrhea, which means there is no underlying cause. If you have an underlying cause, the medications may not work for you. For some women with primary dysmenorrhea, the NSAIDs may not work, so we move to what we call hormonal therapy. For some people, you may be put on combined oral contraceptive pills, right, which are like birth control pills, right?
Even if
you are not trying to prevent birth control, maybe I'm trying to prevent pregnancy, but then it is a way of sort of regulating the hormonal system such that the pain is better. Okay, for some people, they may have to resort to the hormonal therapy. Some people, if it is secondary dysmenorrhea, then we are looking at, for some people, they may actually need maybe androgen therapy. For somebody, like somebody who has a PCOS, they may need medications which will help to sort of suppress the male hormones that they have, because that is what is causing the problem in the first place. And some people may need what we call surgery, depending on what's causing your secondary dysmenorrhea. Wow. If it is uterine fibroids and the fibroids are huge, we may have to go and take them out. If it's endometriosis is basically, uterine tissue in the womb going outside the womb. So we have to go and take it out wherever it is, right? And then for some people who have adenomyosis, which is like a type of endometriosis, some people, the only solution may be we have to take out the entire womb. Yes. So there are a number of solutions depending on the severity of the condition and then the patient as well, because we always remember that, for instance, if you want to go and take out somebody's womb, she may want to have babies. So sometimes we have to be managing the pain till she's done having her babies, then we go and take it out. Right. So it depends on individuals and their preferences as well.
Because that's a very scary phase, and it looks like this is all important because it's pregnancies, childbirth, it goes hand in hand, so you don't have to sit down and then think that, all will be well one day. How about women who don't go through pain during their menstruation? Is it normal?
Yeah, the thing is that not everybody will have menstrual cramps. Some people, data shows that we have about 70 to 80% of women having menstrual cramps. So there's a 20% who have been spared by nature, And then some people too, again, after childbirth, some women after childbirth may not experience menstrual cramps again. The reason is that during pregnancy, the uterus becomes bigger to accommodate the baby. And during the delivery process, if it is a vaginal delivery, the cervix dilates to expel the baby. And so now, whenever you are having your period, the uterus is already relaxed. It's no more contracting as much. The cervix is already open, and so that cervical dilatation will not cause you any pain. So after childbirth, a lot of women will tell you that their menstrual cramps have either gotten better or it has gone away. And some people, to depend on the number of babies, maybe after a couple of babies, it gets better. So there are a few people who are spared by nature, and there's some people too are spared, because they've had babies.
Yes, because with something that we hear from our aunts and our mothers, so when you give birth, it will get better. Exactly. And then you also hear something say, no, it doesn't get better.
Yes, so again, it depends. Everybody's not the same. Yes. And like I said, it also depends on the mode of the delivery. If you had a cesarean section, you may not expect your experience to be the same as somebody who had a vaginal delivery. Because they have gone through cervical dilatation, the uterine contractions to expel the baby and all that. So you may not expect that somebody who had a CS will have the same results as somebody who had a vaginal delivery. But then again, individuals are different, and so everybody's body is different.
With this contraction, am I allowed to permitted to call menstruation a mini pregnancy? So where we would need a day off when the menstruation starts and the first days are crazy for you.
The first few days, sometimes I feel like it should be understandable. But then again, if we do that, some people are going to abuse it. Even those who don't have menstrual cramps will say they have menstrual cramps.
Is there a way to determine, though? Do you go through a test or something?
There is no test.
You see, so that's a problem. But how about people who have short periods as well? 2 days, 3 days. Is it a sign of infertility problems to come?
Okay, so it depends. So if when a cycle started, maybe it was, say, 4 to 5 days or 5 to 6 days, then all of a sudden you notice that there's been a drastic change, right? Then it calls for concern. However, if, let's say, when you started right from the beginning, it has been 3 days, it has been 4 days, right? And it has been like that, okay? And you have no other concerns, like no abnormal bleeding outside of your period, no abdominal pain, you don't feel any heaviness in your abdomen, you have no other symptoms, you don't have any pain during sexual intercourse and all that, then there is no cause for concern. But if from the beginning, maybe it was 6 days, and all of a sudden it's 2 days, then we are worried. Or if it was 2 to 3 days or 4 to 5 days, and now it is 10 days, then we are worried. Right, and so it depends on whether that was your normal from the beginning or now there's been a drastic change that we need to investigate.
So if you have fewer days and you start running into more days, it's something to be worried about.
Yes, it's something to be worried about as well. Yeah.
And infertility issues, when does it become worrying that your menstruation, however it is, may be leading to?
Yeah. So like I said, people with secondary dysmenorrhea, for instance, most of them have underlying conditions which can cause infertility. For somebody with PCOS or polycystic ovarian syndrome, most of them will have infertility issues. The reason being that the ovaries, which are supposed to release the egg to fertilize with the sperm and all that, the ovaries have a problem. So how are we releasing the eggs for the fertilization to even go on? For somebody who has endometriosis, where the uterine tissue, which should be in the uterus to prepare for the pregnancy, is now going outside of the uterus is not ready to receive a pregnancy. And then for some people, again, with uterine fibroids, what fibroids do is that it's like they're competing with the baby for the space in the womb. And so where the baby may have to go and settle and start growing, the fibroid is sitting there.
Fibroids grow inside the womb?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. So where will the baby now implant and start the growing process? So if there's an underlying cause, and usually you may have the symptoms associated with your period. Either you're having heavy periods, you're having irregular periods, so your cycle is not regular, or you're having pain during sexual intercourse, you're having abnormal bleeding outside of your period, then you have to get checked, because the underlying causes are what will give you the infertility issues.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot, a lot to unpack. How about bleeding and then stopping and then continuing again? There's some women who, have that break and then it continues. Is it normal?
So it depends on how much break we are talking about. So for some people, they may go 24, for instance, if their cycle starts maybe a day to 3 days, they may have like a day, then maybe the 4th day, they may not see much. Then the 5th day, it seems like, okay, the whole thing has resumed again. Then by the 6th day, it is stopping again. That is not something to be too worried about. However, let's say that you bleed for maybe 3 to 4 days. Then there is a complete break, let's say 3 days, 4 days, then it starts all over again. No. Then now you have a reason to worry. But during the cycle, there are days that you may not bleed as much as other days. So it may look like it has stopped, but then you see maybe the next day you see something again. That is nothing to be worried about. But then if it stops for a couple of days and then resumes again, then you may want to get checked. The truth of the matter is that I think a lot of the time it's just important to get checked, because you may never know what is going on. So if you notice anything unusual, just get it checked. If there is nothing, it's better than, better safe than sorry.
It's like a whole adventure in there in the woman's anatomy and the biological makeup. And also I hear our mothers and aunties sometimes say the pain is also because of infection, candidiasis. Is it possible? Is it related?
Good. Infection is actually one of them. For some women, they have what we call pelvic inflammatory disease. PID is simply caused by infection. So these infections are usually the sexually transmitted infections mainly. So if a woman has a sexually transmitted infection which is not treated, and it goes on for a while, and it becomes what we call chronic pelvic inflammatory disease, then they can have painful periods. So infections do play a role. They can do that. But then it has to go untreated for a while. And for some people with these infections, usually there's a sign. So you see that most of them have some abnormal vaginal discharge. Either they notice a greenish discharge, a yellowish discharge, which is very foul smelling, and then some of them would have itching down there and all that, or some discomfort down there. And then they won't think that it has anything to do with their period. But when it's time to have their period, then they now have very bad pain because of the infection which has not been treated.
Are we getting to a point in time that it's really open to have conversations about menstrual health? Do you see it's getting better now, or it's still so tabooed and swept under the carpet, and just secretly go and see your gynecologist?
The truth is, I think we are getting to a point where conversation about menstrual health is on the rise. I see a lot of people doing a lot of sexual health education. People go to schools, educate young girls, distribute sanitary pads. A lot of NGOs are doing that. So I think that we are, moving away from the times where it was a taboo to talk about these things. Now we are getting more comfortable having discussions about them. And so I think that we are making some progress, but we can still do better.
We can do better.
We can still do better, where it should be normal for people to talk about their menstruals. Because, for instance, if young girls are allowed to talk about these things, they can have conversations maybe with their moms. I don't know how many African moms actually sit their daughters down and tell them, okay, if you see this, if you see that. Some of them are not giving any education at all. And so even if they see something abnormal, they're even shy to talk about it. Exactly. And so I think we should get to a time where we become more comfortable talking about it. We are making progress, but we can do better.
And I would like to shout out to some fathers too, who make it very comfortable for their girls to be able to talk about it, ask for money for sanitary pads. What's your, final advice to people experiencing menstrual cramps? What's their go-to, support or help?
Okay, so if you're having menstrual cramps and you think that, like from the discussion, you've picked that it could be due to an underlying condition, or it is so bad that it interferes with your daily activities, I would like to tell you that, just sometimes all you need to do, just come to the hospital, just get yourself checked. If you check and then there is nothing wrong, you are better going home knowing that there is nothing wrong than getting surprised. Maybe you later get married, you want to get pregnant and it's not happening, and you are going to blame your house witches, So it's important that if you notice anything unusual, if your pain is so bad, if there are other symptoms, like I said, if there is pain during sexual intercourse, abnormal bleeding, or any other thing that you notice which is unusual, just come and get some help. And for the people who may be shy, that is why myself, now we do a lot of online consultations with some people.
Oh, okay, in their DMs.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So it doesn't have to be out there.
Yeah. So you can reach out to myself.
Where can we reach you?
So either on Instagram, Iya the Medic, or you can just send a WhatsApp to 0549 82 3328.
Again.
0549 82 3328. Just send us a WhatsApp or a phone call, and then we'll help you. Yeah.
And that will help you. That wraps up our conversation. You can watch this show again, this particular segment, because there are some foods that Dr. Yesuto mentioned that you should eat as against, foods that you should stay away from, omega-6 fatty acid foods. The chicken, the red meat. I mean, it's going to be tasking, but yes, if you want to help your menstrual cramps and relieve yourself, these are things that you need to adhere to. Thank you so much for coming again. Dr. Esther Yesuto Agbozo is a medical doctor with the Wejagbawe Municipal Hospital, and we've been talking about menstrual cramps and how to deal with it, fertility, and the whole menstruation issue. I am Alti Tisaida Sadek. My costume is by No Rush Collection. We're back with Social Media Corner on GTV Breakfast.
Welcome back. It's still hashtag GTV Breakfast. My name is Jay Gabra, that GTV boy, bringing you Social Media Corner, where we discuss trending issues, and sometimes we do make the trends as well. I remember back then when Kafi Day was fighting the GTV admin. We have to bring that fight back. It was quite interesting. So, welcome once again. So if you go on X, some of the trending issues, number one on the trends is hashtag Free the Citizens. More on that shortly. Number 2 is Ghana. Number 3, Free Amara Governor. Number 4, Stop Ghana Say Now. Number 5, Reoccupy Jolobi House. JJ is also trending. Leicester is trending. Otunfo is trending. I'm sure it's the whole Efiapokwa issue where they said she should leave. The apology will not be accepted and everything. Adodi is also trending. Mensia is trending. Trini Jonas, Peace Council, and a host of others, including Sarkodie, Atalanta, Alavs, and Forever with Desiree, Arsenal. A whole lot. So the first one is Free the Citizens for our stories this morning. And back on 21st September, that was last Saturday, Democracy Hub started a demonstration, a 3-day demonstration, and the police gave them routes on which they were supposed to embark on their protest. And they were not supposed to go towards 37 intersection, if I understand correctly, but so some people were picked up from there. They've released an update number 6, concerning the number of protesters that they arrested, and it goes 39 of the people who are arrested for engaging in various acts of lawlessness at the 37 intersection in Accra on 22nd and 23rd September 2024 were put before the court today, 24th September 2024. That was yesterday. The court remanded 28 of them into police custody and the remaining 11 into prison custody. 30 of the accused persons are to reappear before the court on 8th October 2024, while 9 others are to appear before the court on 11th October 2024. The remaining suspects will be put before the court to face justice. The case is being prosecuted by the Office of the Attorney General, and this is signed by Grace Ansah-Kofi, the Assistant Commissioner of Police, Director, Public Affairs. So this is the police update number 6, and we have some of the videos of some people who were taken to court yesterday.
I stay in that place. I'm a mate. I'm not a man of them.
Ghanaian citizen, we've not done anything. I was just arrested on the street. I did nothing. What are you going to me, bro? Just block my hand. Just block my hand. Just block me. Just block my hand. Just block me.
I stay in that place. I'm a mate. I'm not a man of them.
So a few other people who were arrested over the weekend at the 37 intersection. It was not one of the planned routes, so I believe it was various altercations with the police and all, according to the statement. So they were arrested. And so for these people, for instance, they are saying they were not part of the protesters. They were just around 37 at the time that the police happened to be doing their swoop, and they were taken into custody. For instance, a gentleman saying he's a mate. You know, for a bus conductor to be, you know, arrested, he's also, it's like a lot of people on social media saying most of these people are not part of the demonstrators, so the police should let them go. But I'm not sure that's how the law works, but we'll be delving more into that issue during the headlines. Why they were arrested? Should they have been arrested? And one of the reasons is those are some of the reasons why Free the Citizens is trending. And so some social media users, influencers who have also posted on their socials, including Efia, with the hashtag Free the Citizens. She's one of the people, a whole host of others as well. There's also Sika Official, and then you see one man Ghana. Let me put it in front of all the police barriers. That's quite a good picture. And then Code Mickey as well comes in with hashtag Free the Citizens. Oh. Yeah, so if you go on social media, that's the hashtag Free the Citizens, and it's trending all over the place. If you want to find out more, just press the hashtag when you go on X, for instance, and you can read more stories about that. But as to the details, the nitty-gritty about police arresting the demonstrators and all, I'm sure the headlines will deal with that topic extensively. Moving on, over the weekend, on the last day of the Ghana Report Job and Conference Fair at the Accra Sports Stadium, Shatta Wale shut down the place. And we have this nice overview of how the entire performance went. Enjoy this one.
Hey, Shatta Wale. Again, Aja guide me from my enemy, them. Because me never read them. Kill all of them with prayers. Aja guide me from all of them fake friends. Me no want them come near me. We kill all of them with prayers. Get the youth, read the Bible, and make sure you don't sit idle. Cause the devil I go try to spite you. So what, who you are go smile to? Yeah, watch how we is. Got the wicked a lot if it is. Some of them I go come like first. Them I go sit and dine with you. But they won't be kill you. I have seen nothing to know me like me say. Some in a friend and I don't know way. Anything, some me pray for job for everything.
So that was at the Ghana Report Jobs and Entrepreneurship Fair at the Independence Square. Earlier I mentioned the Accra Sports Stadium. You see, they are quite close to each other. Maybe that's where my confusion came from. But he shut down the Independence Square. So brilliant performance. It was great seeing the crowd all over the place and all. It was amazing to see. Very, very great performance from the landlord himself. Shatta. Well, so moving on to someone who has also released new music. I'm speaking, of course, about Stonebwoy. Earlier, he performed snippets of the track at Agona Sfeju, and he released the music video just yesterday, and it has over 81,000 views on YouTube alone. I'm speaking, of course, of JJJ, Stonebwoy's new latest song. So we'll take a bit of his performance at Agona Sfeju, and we'll give you a snippet, a teaser of the track.
Yeah.
It has this vibe as well. A lot of people speaking about it on social media, so of course it is trending as well. Now let's go take a teaser of the song. So you can watch the full thing on YouTube. It's out now. Go watch the entire music video. Perhaps the director may decide to surprise you during the breakfast show this morning and drop the whole thing. Who knows? This is me doing some undercover kind of, trying to get a music video to play. Moving on, one of the greatest playwrights Ghana has ever known is Efua T. Sutherland. She has a studio in honor at the School of Performing Arts, Legon. And every year, the National Theatre does the Ghana Theatre Festival. And this time around, this year's edition, they are honoring Efua T. Sutherland. There are a host of plays coming up. There's Furuwa, there's Edufa, and then there's also the Marriage of Anasawa as well. And for today's performance happening at the National Theatre at 12 and 6 p.m. is Agro, one of her plays. And this is how we have a video of how the cast were preparing for the play. If you want to know more about that performance, go to the National Theatre today at 12 noon and 6 p.m. as well. You can watch. It's a medley of games that we play in Ghana. It's one of plays from back in the day, and it's still relevant today. So later on this week, Furuwa is coming on, The Marriage of Anasawa, and of course, Edufa. I remember in my final year, I had a chance to play Edufa, and this time around on Sunday, I believe, Fifi Coleman takes on that role. It's a Ghanaian classic. Make time and go to the Ghana Theatre Festival. A lot of people are complaining about the economy, saying it's this, it's that, it's this. I don't know what your complaints are or if you have any complaints. But for this gentleman, here's what he's saying.
Now, because in the big chat to China and day. Me to buy the name and me first upon my home, may you finagu, make you chanam the siso. Because sincere by the name so me. And you busiasam. By the name of ye, Yayiba could send a diamond 50 cities. Bakun me manage the whole week, and match him 5. To 5 and a fin of me could chance I was sensing. Hey, nothing no better for you. And to the sapona out your whole home. And then you send your brabana say and sign it here.
People finding ways and means just to survive, I believe. Now, a lot of the time, in order for businesses to move their brands forward and make sure that their brands or their products are visible everywhere, they decide to choose brand ambassadors. But you see, nowadays, when you watch our TV stations and all, you see very, very familiar faces, and it's like they run through all the ads. So for one influencer on social media, this is how he says businesses choose their brand ambassadors. Enjoy this one.
Perfect. right now sales are doing well. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Right now, what we need to do is boost brand visibility.
Oh,
yeah. Are we on the same page?
Yeah.
Okay. So right now we need somebody who can take the brand to a whole new level. Right. Reach higher heights. We need somebody who is the face of Ghanaians.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We need a brand ambassador.
Ambassador.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Are we on the same page? Yeah. Okay. On 3. Let's say on 3. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Amazing. You
And you must admit she does the job really, really well. As an actor, of course, one of the persons I admire in the industry is Nana McBrown. When it comes to, let me say, English characters and then local characters, like she can switch in between them. She's so versatile. Yes. And she can switch between being comical, being serious, being funny. She's a whole host of things. Like, kudos to her. And there's a reason why. She's very, very good at what she does. Now to our next video. This gentleman is telling us 5 things you cannot do in Ghana. These are the 5 things he is listing. I don't know if there are more, but if there are more, share with us on our socials as well. We'd love to hear from you. But for now, here are 5 things you can't do in Ghana.
Give me 5 things you cannot do in Ghana. Just 5. Okay. 1, you can't switch from iPhone to Android. You can only switch from Android to iPhone. That's an upgrade. You can't board trotro before you tell me that you've lost your wallet. You tell the mate before you bought the trotro. 3, you can't be owing and be seen eating. 4, you can't buy trotro and pay with Momo. It's not done. You can also tell a mate that I've shot 50 pesos for the mate to see you eating yogurt in the car. Oh, man. Give me 5.
And you can't also tell the mate you have short money and then buy egg and be eating and then you tell the rest of the passengers that you're lactose intolerant and then they see you buying Kosiano Meko. Like, you want to kill everybody. And then again, I wanted to say you can't go and protest at 37, but I won't. Those are some of the things you can't do in Ghana, but I won't say it. Yes. So, and this is our midweek mood. This is how we want to wrap up the entire show. So this is our Hofer giving us our midweek mood for the rest of the week.
What you heard about me? But a bitch can't get $1 out of me. No Cadillac, no perms you can't see. That I'm a motherfucking P.I.M.P. I don't know what you heard about me. But a bitch can't get $1 out of me. No Cadillac, no perms you can't see. That I'm a mother.
And that's how we wrap up the social media corner for today. My name is Jay Gabra, the GTV boy. Thank you for staying with us. The show isn't over. We'll go on the break and we'll be right back after this.
I don't know what you heard about me. But a bitch can't get $1 out of me. No Cadillac, no perms you can't see. That I'm a motherfucking P.I.M.P. I don't know what you heard about me.
Good morning and welcome to the Sports Updates on GTV and GTV Sports Plus. My name is Akosia Ej, and in our first story, we go to the quarters of the Ministry of Youth and Sport as Mustafa Yusuf has criticized some Ghanaian national football team coaches for their unfair stance regarding salary payment. He said this while responding to wide-ranging questions on issues affecting football in Ghana to a parliamentary select committee for sport, culture and tourism.
Or the senior national team, there are always terms and reference and terms and conditions. So, and whether it is also male or female, these are all the conditions are captured. So normally the FA will engage and have contracts with all these national team coaches. They have contracts and the terms are spelled out. So if your terms of condition in your contract says that we are going to engage you, but the benefits that you will get is when the senior national team is competing. So because of base of performance, you should be able to qualify. When you are qualifying for continental stage, you get bonuses, and you, the coach, will get double of what the player states. Then also, when you also qualify for the tournament and you are going for the main tournament, the bonuses that you are going to get, you, the coach, will get double of what the players will get. Then also after that, if there is any profit that you are going to win, you, the coach, will get some component of amount. These are performance-based contracts that they normally sign. It doesn't necessarily mean that every coach should be based on monthly salary. So these contracts are always signed, and when I listen to them, they said they have not been paid. We almost all our coaches, whether it's the national team coach or it is that is the senior national team coach or the juvenile side from the coach I've mentioned, once they go to this tournament and whatever they do there, they are paid. They are paid. So if you sign to this contract and later on you come and say you don't get monthly salary just because maybe the senior national team coach gets monthly salary, I don't think that it is fair. But before you even tell your signature, you know the terms and conditions of what you are telling your signature to.
Well, we stay a little longer at the ministry as the minister has revealed that the Confederation of African Football is considering Ghana as the next host for the prestigious CAF Women's Champions League. According to the minister, Mustafa Yusuf, CAF reached out to the ministry to explore the possibility of bringing the tournament to Ghana, marking a significant opportunity for the country to showcase its sporting infrastructure. Speaking to the Parliamentary Select Committee on Sport, Mustafa confirmed Ghana's candidacy for the tournament, citing the country's robust sports facilities as a key factor in CAF's interest. CAF, according to the minister, CAF wrote to us expressing their interest in having us host the Women's Champions League. This is because they have seen that we have the necessary facilities thanks to what we achieved during the African Games. The Women's Champions League, which was introduced in 2021, has already been hosted by Egypt, Morocco, and Cote d'Ivoire over the past 3 editions. Well, we still stay with women's football, and Yusuf Basigi is leaving Hazakes Ladies after an impressive 21-year tenure with plans to join Tanzania's side Simba Coins. Basigi, who played a pivotal role in the formation of Hazakes Ladies in 2003, has been part of the technical team, eventually becoming the head coach. Under Basigi's stewardship, Hazakes Ladies have achieved remarkable success, including winning a record 4 Ghana Women's Premier League titles. His tenure also saw the team secure CAF Women's Champions League WAFU Zone B qualifiers in 2021 and reach the final of the African Women's Champions League on their debut, a significant milestone for Ghanaian women's football. Basigi's departure marks the end of a highly successful era for Hazakes Ladies, during which he has been instrumental in shaping the team into a formidable force in African women's football. His next challenge will be with Simba Queens, where he's expected to bring his wealth of experience and success to Tanzanian football. And in other stories, after Nations FC securing all 3 points at Doma, captain of the side, Razak Simpson, who also won Man of the Match award, was asked about his target this season. Simpson stated that his target is to join the Black Stars.
Coach, I've already explained some of the things that you did to win today. You are the main characters, you are on the pitch. How difficult or how easy was the game that you played here today in Doma?
Actually, coming to Doma is not easy to win a game, and as we have found, I give God the glory. But the game plan was they wanted a win, so we have to sit back, like my coach said. You have to sit back and sustain the pressure and everything for the first 15 minutes. Then after the game opens for us, and that's our tactics we came.
Starting the second half, there was so much pressure on you as captain personally. What did you tell the boys? How did you inspire them? What did you tell them to be able to stay up and win the game?
I told them the same mindset we brought here to play against. That's the same thing. Even though we got the first goal, it's the same mindset they will bring, pressure upon pressure. So we have to sit back, sustain, because football is only good for 15 minutes. We have to man them, sustain them and everything. Then after the first 15 minutes, the game will be open.
Now, personally, let me ask you a personal question.
Okay.
You've been playing very well for the last 1.5 years in the Ghana Premier League. What is next for Razak Simpson?
Right now, my target is to enter the Black Stars squad. That's my dream. And obviously, I'm not stopping there. I'm working hard and everything with the help of my coaches and God. Everything will be fine.
Thank you very much.
Razak, you've won Man of the Match today.
Yeah.
Well, will you give the glory to the personal performance of your teammates?
To my teammates, of course, and what the coaches have taught us and everything. Obviously, this Man of the Match is not only for me, it's for the entire team.
One thing that let the nation down last season was the away performance. Yeah. And this season, 2 away games, 4 out of 6. Is this something that fans should be expecting? And what are you telling your fans for this win today?
All I will say is this is just the beginning. They should watch out for Nations FC.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Still on the Ghana Premier League, his Hearts-of-Oak goalkeeper Benjamin Asare has urged his teammates to build on their morale-boosting victory over Bichim United in the Ghana Premier League match day 3. The Phobians ended a run of back-to-back defeats to win their first game of the season after beating Bichim United 2-0 at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. And now to rugby, as one of the fundamental goals is to ensure rugby as a clean sport is based on one's nature, ability, hard work and fair play. Taking performance-enhancing drug is contrary to the ethics of the sport and presents significant health risk to participants. This was revealed by Ghana League Union board member and World Rugby educator Rafatu Inusa during a one-day anti-doping seminar held for all actors in the sport here in Accra.
The World Rugby Anti-Doping Program uses a combination of education, awareness and drug testing to prevent and detect doping and to safeguard the integrity of the game. As an international federation, World Rugby is a signatory to World Anti-Doping Code. As such, all members of World Rugby, including Rugby Africa, must abide by their policies and procedures. In the light of the above, the Ghana Rugby Football Union, in collaboration with the National Anti-Doping Agency and the National Sports Authority, has organized a one-day anti-doping education program in Accra. 40 participants made up of players, coaches, managers, officials, medical staff, and the media benefited from the training program. The facilitators from the National Anti-Doping Secretariat was led by its administrative manager, Mr. Prince Mmeko Azanu. He said their primary focus was to secure a level playing field by giving teams, players, and support staff the values, information, and advice they need to be able to train, compete, and recover safely and in line with the rules.
This exercise is encouraged among all federations, and I think this is the start of bigger things to come. This is the first phase for the rugby. The next phase will be a virtual engagement with those who were not able to come in person, and we hope that this will follow up often so that we can have more feed within the anti-doping.
The assistant captain of the senior national men's rugby team, Francis Donko, described the seminar as crucial.
We have rugby courses that we do before games, so we are aware of it, but we end up learning more from these sessions, which is so good.
A board member of the Ghana Rugby Football Union, Rafatu Inusa, said the board has zero tolerance for cheating.
It's a very good educational program that I think all federations need to take seriously, as rugby is doing. There's a program that we're going to make it a constant education program that every year or every mid-year we're going to do it for all the players and coaches.
The seminar came on the heels of Ghana's hosting of the Rugby Africa Women's Sevens Championship in November this year.
And now to boxing, as Ghana Paraboxing Federation and its partners have reached an agreement to working closely to achieve mutual results. The move is to help the federation raise the profile of the sport in the country.
Paraboxing is the world's fastest growing para sport in the world. Here in Ghana, the sport is attracting eyeballs. In a bid to make the sports more visible, the Ghana Paraboxing Federation has welcomed a strategic partner from Poland. They are the Seven Stars Promotions. At a press briefing at the Accra Sports Studio Media Center, the Secretary General of the Ghana Paraboxing Federation, Mr. Patrick Johnson, said boxers and coaches are eager to realize their sporting dreams. The President of the Ghana Paraboxing Federation, Abubakar Sadat, described the partnership as timely.
Everybody that involves himself in the paraboxing is a passion. It's a passion because we get nothing in the paraboxing, but we feel to be with a disability so that we can do something that can help.
The CEO of Seven Stars in Poland, Mr. Hubert Kuzop, promised to take top para boxers to big international events.
I'm here because I see potential in adaptive paraboxing in Ghana. I see you guys as of partner to participate. Kenya and Ghana is equal, the second, so you top three. The rest, the other countries, I can say Italy, US, but you are top three. So with that event will be opportunities for you to obviously represent your nation, but in the same time, that's a green light for you guys, for para boxers, to go further, because will be some rewards for the winners.
The International Relations Officer for the Paraboxing Federation, Mr. Ken Kalai, believes the partnership will stimulate growth in the sport.
I think that we are heading towards the right direction. We need your cooperation. We need the support of everybody. Everybody should come on board and let's support this wonderful cause. We want to get in touch on the base and get the quality from the base.
The Ghana Paraboxing Federation in July 2023 received the assurance from the President of the National Paralympic Committee of Ghana and the President of Africa Paralympic Committee, Mr. Samson Dean, of their support to developing the sport.
Well, and that's it for the sports on GTV. But here on GTV Sports, the sports continues right after this break.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
I'll try the new one.
Ah, that's why.
But doesn't every toothpaste give cavity protection?
Not really. Pepsodent's Cavity Fighter repairs tiny invisible holes to give 10 times stronger teeth. Will you trust Pepsodent? Definitely.
Pepsodent, 10 times stronger teeth.
Use Pepsodent's Cavity Fighter.
Missy Menanano. A group bassa, a bit bravo, Tibetan.
As for me, I take very good care of my grandkids. Ye dear grow. Na yes, sir. A room maybe crana. Me bano timide or maybe gumi so weekend.
Hey, mumle.
I don't think I'm a catcher or say. Ya no medi garlic capsules. Posso, a basis so come. As I stand here, my doctor said my whole system has improved very well. Medi garlic capsules. Yes, Medi garlic capsules.
Medimosis garlic capsules improves blood circulation and enhances the body. Suitable for both men and women. Available in pharmacy stores. Contact us on 050-349-4885. Not suitable for children under 12 years, pregnant women and lactating mothers. Medimosis, who need house. This advert is FDA approved.
Are you looking for the perfect tune to match your vibe? Welcome to Virtual Sound Lab, the heart of sound. From guitars to keyboards, drums to DJ equipment, we've got it all. Unleash your creativity and express yourself through music with our expertly curated collection. Whether you're a seasoned musician or just starting out, discover your sound at Virtual Sound Lab. At Virtual Sound Lab, our after-sales service is second to none. Whether it's a minor adjustment or a major repair, our expert technicians are here to ensure your musical journey continues smoothly. Virtual Sound is the sole distributor for Shure, PreSonus, Allen & Heath, Digico, Nord, Roland, Fender, Rode, Jupiter Horns, DB Technology, RCF, FDB, Mackie, JBL, Tascam, DW Drums, Mapex Drums, Gretsch, Peisty, Zildjian, and many more. We are located at Asylum Down Roundabout. You can reach us on 0244 311 356 or 054 01 20757. www.virtualsoundlab.com. Virtual Sound Lab, the heart of sound.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
Oh, pirates, yes, they're above. Sold out to the merchant ships. Minutes after they took out from the bottomless pit. But my head was made strong by the hand of the Almighty. We forward in this generation triumphantly. Now won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? 'Cause all I've ever had is redemption songs. Redemption songs. bottomless pit, but my hand was made strong by the hand of the Almighty. We forward in this generation triumphantly. Now won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever heard, redemption song. Redemption song, these songs of freedom. Redemption song. Someone. Found it, Yabuse, Yawari. Someone, Yabuse, Yawari. Someone, Yabuse, Yawari. Yabuse. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. Now that's how ourselves can free our mind. Have no fear for atomic energy, 'cause none of them can stop the time. How long shall they kill our prophets? While we stand aside.
Yeah, Berima Amu with
Yes.
a nice Ghana
Love
version
it.
of it. You loved it, right?
Yes.
The Redemption
Slow
song.
then fast
yeah,
then. Yeah,
real great
love
stuff
it,
with,
love
with crack musicians doing their thing there.
Yep.
Bringing our time to 7:40. You're watching GTV Breakfast, 25th September 2024. 3 months exactly to Christmas Day and 73 days to election
election
2024.
Yeah.
These are our headlines.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, the big one?
The Daily Graphic, the big one, says presidential powers under scrutiny and make appointments transparent. Constitutional Committee recommends. And that's the chairperson of CRCC.
Across social media, the big one is concerning the 39 Democracy Hub protesters remanded for 2 weeks.
Right.
More on that in headlines.
An economy posted consecutive trade surplus.
And today is World Pharmacist Day, by the way, and there's a special supplement on pharmacists.
Nice.
Graphic is definitely on the ball with that. Okay.
The Volta Lake level.
Yes, yes indeed. The number 37 plus 2 equals?
39 NDC protesters caged.
Daily Guide managed to find out that they're NDC protesters, right? Akufo-Addo receives the Global Citizen Award.
Yeah. And the TLF marks World Peace Day.
And Fair Wages and Salaries Commission clarifies CLOGSA concerns calls for dialogue.
Right.
And remove
584 voters from Minsha South court orders.
All right. Okay. The new finder.
And you find out fairness, equity critical in global climate financing, the president, and I'm sure this was at the UN General Assembly, the 79th.
Ghana ranked as high-risk country for conflict minerals, says Professor Enim. We're not surprised with Galamsey and armed people on the sites.
Chasing away law enforcement
Not
officers.
a surprise.
Government reaffirms commitment to settle Trafigura debt.
That's the new finder this morning. Okay, next paper. 39 arrested, remanded in custody, lawlessness at 37 intersection, page 5.
Bernard Mona sues EC over 2024 presidential disqualification.
ACZ non-defense action, ex-Isrom continues bitterness stemming from rejected personal demands.
And Zoomlion Ghana MD urges parents to support extracurricular activities.
Okay, that's your Metro Lens. The Chronicle, big one.
The Chronicle, I will cap the size of parliament, says Baumia in election 2024 manifesto.
The protesters made it to the front page. Democracy Hub protesters remanded.
Stop attacking EC, Napo cautions the NDC.
Engineering Council calls for robust regulatory outline to elevate standards.
And Ochehene fights for children in rural areas.
The Bible verse today, Matthew 6:13, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. This has come again twice. Yes, yeah.
There's a message there.
Yes, please lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. All right, next one.
The Daily Dispatch says Ghanaians are solidly behind Baumia on his visionary future for Ghana. Napo says this.
They have reduced the number of Democracy Hub protesters remanded in the Daily Dispatch. Everybody says 39. They say 38. Remanded till October 8 and October 11.
Zambian energy regulator in Ghana to learn from National Petroleum Authority, and that's Dr. Mustafa Hamid.
Police professionalism refreshing, says the Media Foundation for West Africa boss.
Right.
That's your Daily Dispatch. New Crusading Guide.
New Crusading Guide has Democracy Hub demo, 39 in the cooler on remand for assault on a public officer, breach of peace, causing unlawful damage, and back in court on 8th and 11th of October.
I don't really engage in illegal mining, says Hajia Amina.
And harmonize global legal regimes, remove legal regulatory barriers. Attorney General urges International Bar Association.
More mining issues. Small-scale miners jolt foreign galamseyers.
An MPP national chairperson, Adenta parliamentary candidate, seeks God's intervention at Assemblies of God.
Naomi is satisfied with progress of campaign. That's your New Crusading Guide.
Yeah.
And that's all. Okay, so there's a lot ahead. Okay.
I can't wait to listen to your guests.
Yes.
On these topical issues.
We'll do so. We'll see you. All right, headlines.
These songs of freedom was all I ever heard. Redemption song. Redemption song. These songs of freedom. Redemption song.
Great sounds. Bob Marley will be smiling. Look at how his Ghanaian brothers and sister have dealt with Redemption Song. And Barry Maramu and friends giving us great music. It's 7:46. You're watching GTV Breakfast. What do we have for you later on? We will be looking at turning waste to resource as part of our climate talks conversations. There's a collaboration between the German embassy in Ghana and the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. So that's something you want to look forward to later on. And there's a really interesting feature that you do not want to miss at all. But for now, I'm here with a former member of parliament for Bulsa North. And his name is Timothy Awuntirim Atabade. Good morning, sir. Welcome to the show.
Good morning, Captain.
Yeah, today we are alone, Raja.
Yeah.
Your panelists haven't come yet.
They will come, but they are reluctant to come, especially if you are in a government that has failed itself. Obviously, it becomes difficult for you to defend them, and especially when their conduct and everything of them is so condescending, is so insulting and mockery to the conscience of the people of this country. Why would young men come? They'll come at a time they didn't fit because they've not been, some of them actually have not been part of the looting. There is a gang in government that is looting. There's a gang in government that within their own circle, they become fabulously rich. And these boys, they only send them to run and get up around 4 a.m. and come. So they are reluctant, even though they have to be there. So I don't fault them. I fault the bad governance. When we are talking this morning, I learned the president at the UN to give his last address there. The question that comes in, what legacy does the president want to leave for the people of this country? A tattered economy that is junk, corruption infested in every institution. The environment has been destroyed because they were stealing our resources at night when we are asleep. And the friends and family, the fact that your own daughters are also being part of the looting scheme. What legacy will the president take? He's over 80 years. He's going to die soon. What of the generations yet unborn? What of the fact that those who are there yet trying to eke an income for themselves through their hard work? What sort of president do we have? What sort of government do we have? Today they go about telling us that we have to retain Bawumia. Retain Bawumia where? Look at the voters register. Over 54 institutions that we invited to tell them. The Electoral Commission is waiting for instructions from the Flagstaff House. Almost every prominent citizen has talked about the voters register. It's fraudulent. It is not clean. We want forensic audit. How much will it cost us? Including individuals like Professor Kokwaza, Professor Abuchi. I heard the eminent Justice Atogwe talked about it. Who hasn't talked? Everybody. Our people at the Zongo Development, they are also calling for forensic audit. Every single, it's only the MPP. It is only Nanado and his people. It is only the EC that is infested with party card-bearing members of the MPP. They are the only people who are listening to themselves. But they should be warned. We are watching them. We are taking nothing apart from victory. We want to win the election based on a clean voters register. They also want to lose based on a clean voters register. But you see, there's no amount of witchcraft that can stop them from losing this election. There's no amount of energy, be it the energy of darkness and so on, that can stop them. Every voter that is qualified to vote, his vote must be counted. And we are not, they should take this from me, we will not sit aloof and allow what happened. They should take it. GBC is a big platform. They should take, we are going to insist on the right thing to be done. The EC should rather be friends to the NDC, because what we have unearthed, they should have done it. It's their work. They should have actually done that and brought it out. If we have done it, then we should rather be thanking us. You should rather be grateful and say that, look, we are going to insist on what is done. You think that you can control this government, you can rule through any means that is unconstitutional? No, we will not do it. We are not going to allow that. We will ensure, and we want to encourage voters that we are going to protect each single vote that is voted. We are going to make sure that their votes are counted. This is a historic vote. This is the time Ghana wants to get its second independence from the fangs of corruption and misgovernance. Thank you for your initial comments. I'm going to flip over to the screen because the big story this morning has to do with the number 39. And so Graphic Online, looking for them at graphic.com.gh. Big headline, the 39 Democracy Hub protesters remanded for 2 weeks. And these are some of the accused being escorted from the court premises, cuffed. So the Accra Circuit Court yesterday remanded 39 members of the Democracy Hub in prison and police cells. They've been slapped with multiple charges, and they include conspiracy to commit crime, unlawful assembly, unlawful damage, offensive conduct conducive to the breach of peace, assaulting a public officer, and defacement of public property, so 6 charges. While 11 were remanded in prison custody, 28 were remanded in police custody. They appeared before 2 separate circuit courts presided over by Evelyn Asamoah and Kwabena Kodua Obri Yeboah. 9 of the accused persons appeared before Mr. Asamoah, with the remaining 30 appearing before the court presided over by Mr. No, I think Evelyn is a lady. So Mrs. Evelyn Asamoah, 9 of them faced her, and then the other 30 faced Mr. Obri Yeboah. The circuit court has issued a bench warrant for Ralph St. Williams. Cases have been adjourned to October 8 this year. Now, the prosecution's facts. Per the facts of the case, on July 9 this year, the Ghana police received a notice from a group known as Democracy Hub, informing them of an intention to hold a protest dubbed #Witaya, #Reoccupy Julobi House demonstration. By that letter, the group requested the police to provide them with security and protection for the intended demonstration. According to the court documents, the group indicated that they intended to protest at the Revolution Square opposite the Jubilee House. After several meetings with the police, the prosecution said the police advised the group to propose an alternative venue, as the chosen venue was considered a security zone and likely to affect public order and lead to violence or endanger the public peace. By an order of the High Court dated September 18, 2024, secured through an ex-party application, the group was prohibited from embarking on the intended demonstration at the Revolution Square. Police thus communicated to the convener of the group and suggested 7 different locations to be used for the protest in the interest of public order. Democracy Hub, however, rejected the proposed venues and elected to protest at the 37 Military Hospital intersection, which was also rejected by the police.
The prosecution said the group embarked on its protest last Saturday and gathered around 37 Military Hospital intersection, insisting to proceed to the Revolution Square. According to the docket, the police mounted barricades around 37 Military Hospital intersection in a bid to maintain security and order. The barricades restrained the demonstrators from proceeding to the Revolution Square. The demonstration suddenly turned chaotic as the accused persons resorted to blocking the major roads with stones and vehicles, denying access at the intersection. This caused a serious traffic within the Liberation Road, Elwak Stadium, and Kaukudi Road and its environs. This caused significant traffic delay, inconvenience, and annoyance to commuters, the prosecution told the court. Prosecution added that the accused persons also pulled down billboards and burnt electoral posters and flags of political parties. Again, the suspects, according to the police, forcefully pushed down the police barricade that was used to secure the area, obstructing the effort of the police to maintain peace and security. So that is the report on graphic.com.gh. So just a recounting of what led to the arrest of 39 members of Democracy Hub. And by the way, a Daily Guide, one of the newspapers, Daily Guide refers to them as 39 NDC protesters. What's your thought on that?
Kafui, the Daily Guide and its publications and editorials is well known to the people of this country. If indeed you are 39 NDC demonstrators, so what? Are they not Ghanaians? Don't they pay the taxes to the government of the day for which the Daily Guide, it belongs to the Freddie Blay family. Fred Blay's wife has made an ambassador for 80 years. For the publications, he did all those things and ensured that the MPP came to power. You tell that the Democratic Hub, they've been doing their demonstrations across the country. It's the youth who have been doing. That's why when they started their demonstration, some of us were very careful not to mingle because they wanted to be a youth thing. They've called that all political parties should stay away.
It's like the Kenya.
Yes,
Kenya
if today you are branding them, it's your own cup of tea. But it is this same youth that made you to come to power because you gave them so much hope. And I'm not surprised. You know what? When the 8 people were killed in Tichiman, including my cousin's son, Abdallah Yarek, 18-year-old boy, they shot and killed him. What did the Deputy Speaker of Parliament say? He said that they were criminals. He branded people who went to just observe an election counted. They opened fire in them, massacred them, 8 people. The government has never gone to say hello or empathize or sympathize with the people. So today they are saying that there are 39. In any case, the 39 people are Ghanaians. Or the 39 people are among the 76,000 Togolese that Borneo identified that they were on the voters' register. Or the 39 people are descendants of Domlovo, whom they describe as Domlovo, that the former Auditor General was a Togolese. Is that what they want to tell us? This condescending attitude, this calling of names, this belligerent attitude by government appendages and newspapers should stop. It's an insult to the people. As I talked to you this morning, these people have been demonstrating for the decadence in our society. You know that. By the fact that the youth, there's so much youth unemployment in this country. Statistical Service tells us this morning that 850,000 people were yanked from poverty into abject poverty. Statistical Service tells us that last year, 8.3 million people could not get a meal a day to eat. Multidimensional poverty is telling us that even in the belly of the elephant, Kumasi, that's where it is highest. The Statistical Service equally telling us that 1.8 million youth cannot get employment to do. You know, you've seen it. They are telling.
Give me a pause, Mr. Tabode. I need to get on the line right now. Speak to a lawyer on this particular issue, and I will come back, and then I'll also introduce my other guests. You're watching GTV Breakfast. My name is Kafui Day. We're looking at the story of the 39 Democracy Hub protesters remanded for 2 weeks. We have a lawyer to give us some education on the matter. So, Onochi Frimpong, good morning. Welcome to GTV Breakfast.
Well, thank you, my brother.
Yes, sir. I just need some education on these charges that the 39 members of the Democracy Hub have been slapped with. So there's conspiracy to commit crime, unlawful assembly, unlawful damage, offensive conduct conducive to the breach of peace, assaulting a public officer and defacement of public property. What do these charges mean, and what are the people looking at? Should they be found guilty of these charges?
Oh, well, when you talk about causing damage to property.
Yes.
No.
Unlawful damage.
Yeah, unlawful assembly, causing damage to property, and then what do you call it? Unlawful assembly.
Mm-hmm.
No, these are not serious offenses under the law. They are serious only to the extent of the damage caused to the property involved. And then two, when it comes to the assault aspect that you mentioned, if it is an assault like somebody pointing a finger at you or just marking you, superficial, it is completely different from an assault whereby it can be said that even the victim is now in hospital, has been hospitalized. They are two different things altogether. So to that extent, the charge would depend on the severity of the assault. But my worry, and what should be the worry to all Ghanaians, is the fact that there is nothing like a small crime or big crime, a small offense or a big offense. Every offense is an offense under the law. Assuming the offense is misdemeanor or a very small offense, and repeatedly it is caught by everybody in the country, it means at the end of the day there will be mayhem, law would have broken down completely. So it is the duty of the police service, the security services, to ensure that if possible, no crime will be caused at all, big or small. My worry, however, is on the part of the perpetrators. And when I say the perpetrators, the accused persons. We all know for certain that before you engage on any form of demonstration, you would need a police permit. And from the charges read, you could see that they did not receive police permit because it's stated as an unlawful assembly. They are yet to open their defense, but for now, this is my thinking. The second is that even where you have obtained police permit, because the police are in charge of state security and they know areas that are sensitive to the state, and therefore you should not pass or use or convert, and they know areas that can be allowed to be used. So when they give you defined routes, whether you like it or not, you are supposed to use those defined routes. And when they close certain assets, like certain assets close to a market, close to a church, close to fire, close to a hospital, close to, let's say, the Jubilee House, naturally, you will know that you are not supposed to use those assets or places. So if indeed they did, I'm not passing judgment on them, but I believe that it will mean the leaders of the demonstration didn't do their homework well. Now, the other side of the coin is that we are told the whole demonstration took place on Sunday. And for police, we don't have anything like a holiday. Police is like hospital, 24 hours a day. Doctors and nurses are working 24 hours a day. The doors of the police are open. And so from Sunday, Monday, and then you come to court on Tuesday to ask for remand because of further investigation. I believe that it needs much, much more to be desired because this is just a demonstration. I say just because if, for example, it was about murder, let's say about 10 people lost their lives in the demonstration, then the police have every right to say that we did further investigations into the matter. Human life is involved. Now, when it comes to mere assembly, where one or two policemen have been assaulted, and then many of these people, more than 30, have been arrested, I believe that on Sunday up to Monday evening, they should have been able to conclude their investigation. This doesn't call for any technical investigation, so that the wish of the Constitution, as buttressed by the Supreme Court decision in the Martin Pegu number 2 case, would be met, that everybody is entitled to bail. But if you tell the court that you need as much as 2 weeks in order to complete investigation, what investigation are you talking about? Again, all prosecutions are conducted in the name of the Attorney General. And we know that the police have been very, very well trained to prosecute offenses in court, district magistrate court, and then the circuit court. And so if in a manner like this, which we all know that normally they are handled by police prosecutors, you tell me that the Attorney General, who is a minister of the government, is the one that has taken the absolute responsibility of prosecuting the matter, then for me, as a private person, I think the state is going too far as to say it has politicized the matter. I think that the police service has enough men, very well-trained men, to handle this matter, which I believe is never sensitive. Oh, embarking upon assembly. It's just like installation of a chief without police permit. All these matters are not handled directly by the Attorney General, and they occur every day. So please, I think that for the Attorney General to take the first role, the active role, the front role in the matter, and at this time that we are getting closer to the election, does not sound well in the minds of Ghanaians. And they need to convince us why the Attorney General should come into an ordinary matter like this. For me, it's a very ordinary matter. And I know everybody knows it's very, very ordinary.
We have some of the people being sent to prison custody and police custody. Is that significant?
That is also significant. I should have mentioned that, because I'm surprised that they should be separated. Just some to police custody and some to prison custody. In court, when you are asked to, the court makes a direction that these people or this person should be taken to prison custody, it would have been based on a prior prayer by the prosecutor or prosecution, that if they pray and they give their reasons why this person should go to prison. For example, if the person appears to be a very dangerous criminal, that means based on his previous record, which I don't think was what happened in court that day. But assuming that was what happened, then the prosecution has every right to request that they should be sent to prison custody because maybe they are dangerous people. On the other hand, if they want to give them proper protection, the prosecution can also request for that if you keep them in the police station, anybody could enter the place to assault them, and the police may not have a ready response to that. Therefore, send them to a more secured place. And so it will depend on whatever reason that the prosecution gave that day, that these people should be sent to prison for protection. For now, we call it protection. And this sort of people should be placed in the police station. Unless perhaps they want to tell us that the vacancies at the police station, sometimes they are full. As a practicing lawyer, I know that. Sometimes you go to court and they tell us that the number of the culprits or accused persons before the court cannot be contained at such and such police station. So, my Lord, we pray that they should be given prison custody. That one too is understandable. In any case, in practice, many lawyers would prefer prison custody because it gives them a lot of opportunity. That is very spacious. I'm not saying this to denigrate other people. I'm talking about practically. Many people would say that, I wish that my client is given this prison custody. It is spacious. It is easier having access to the person, and we too having access to visitors. And then, in the case of police custody, sometimes in a group, one small group meant for 5 people, and then there are 30 people in that small group. So it is in the interest of your client that he goes to prison custody. So the name does not really matter at this time. I don't think anything wrong or offensive will happen to them. My only worry is just the separation of the two. And then my second worry is just about the fact that some are supposed to appear in court earlier than others. If, for example, some were arrested earlier than others, and some had their charges read before other people, why not? They can separate them and bring them before court on different days. My only worry, my greatest worry, is only about the 2 weeks, 2 weeks that will be given to remain in remand. I believe that one is excessively harsh. And practically what is sad about it is that even though you can go to court to obtain bail for them, by the time you have served the Attorney General and they haven't responded, my Lord and my good friend, Kafui, the 2 weeks would have already been lapsed. And then your work will become an adventure in futility.
What are the rights of these people who have been remanded in prison and police custody?
The right is what I've said, that because everybody is entitled to bail, whenever you believe that the trial court has not been fair to you, your only remedy is to climb higher. If it is the district magistrate court or the circuit court, that is the trial court. Now you go to the high court, to repeat the bail over there. So I believe that if it wasn't too late in the day, on Tuesday, that very day, your lawyers will quickly have to file the bail application at the High Court. If it was the High Court, that is the trial court, we all know that it should be the Court of Appeal. So their right is still within the judiciary. You can't go outside the judiciary.
Right. So while they're inside prison and police custody, can they receive visitors from their lawyers and their family?
Certainly, because the Constitution says everybody is entitled to counsel, legal counsel. Everybody is entitled to a lawyer. And how can you be entitled to a lawyer when a lawyer cannot visit you in custody? In fact, even your family members, as far as I know about the prison and then the police, are always welcome, provided they will operate within law. For example, from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Anytime you go there, you want to see your relative or your client. Practically, I know that prison officers and then the police would never deny you, whether as a lawyer or as a relative. They would never deny you.
Thank you so much for the education. So cases have been adjourned to October 8th. We'll see how things will go. But thanks for the education. Mr. Yao Anacho Frimpong is a lawyer.
You are welcome, my brother.
Yes, indeed. And he's given us some education on the issues concerning the 39 people who have been, who went to court yesterday, had their day in court yesterday, and have been sent back to police and prison custody, awaiting their date with the judges in October. We've been joined by Courage Nobi, Deputy Director for Policy at the Movement for Change, and Kosi Botro Jr., who is a member of the National Communication Team of the NPP, joining Timothy Awuntri Atabode, who represents the NDC. On this panel, Courage, I'm sure you've been following the Democracy Hub Wahala. What are your initial thoughts about what has happened and how the police have handled this issue and the fate of these 39 people?
All right. Thank you very much, Kafui, and good morning to your viewers. I'm troubled. I'm troubled for our very democracy. I'm troubled that young people who have been granted constitutional rights would want to express that right. And what are they expressing that right for? To fight against the activity called Galamsey that is endangering
our very lives and survival as a people. Have we? Just last week, the Densu, which supplies water to the Weja Dam, which is the main source of water for 2 million people in Accra, has been hit by galamsey pollution upstream. The Broom, which supplies water for about 5 million people in the eastern region, has been destroyed. The Pra, central region, western region, the Black Volta in the Bono region, the White Volta up north, it's in Savannah region. Our cocoa yield for this year has so declined that, according to projections by experts, we are not likely to even produce 500,000 tons. Our timber resources have so been destroyed, that wood, common wood, is becoming more and more expensive by the day because the forest cover has been so destroyed that even our rainforests have been destroyed. And young people, responsible citizens of this country, decide to exercise a right that is enshrined in the Constitution, protest. And we have the very states which are supposed to protect these water bodies, these forests, and all these resources, decide to abuse that right that the Constitution gives to the young people. There's nothing in the Constitution that says that anybody needs permit from the police to protest. In fact, and indeed, this government, this party, in 2015 went to court to secure a ruling on that matter, and the court said that the police cannot even use this clandestine ex parte motion, which they used to employ, which they did in this matter, to stop protests. They wait at the last minute, then they go to court, and then they say they have an ex parte motion that says that you cannot protest. And yet, the political party which was founded on these principles, freedom, justice, and the pursuit of human rights in a true democracy. I'm quoting these words directly from the founding document of the party. Freedom, justice, and the pursuit of human rights in a true democracy.
The police argument is that they were protesting in a place that was not sanctioned. They had initially wanted to do it at Revolution Square. They said, you know,
by sanction, it means that they protest the place that was not permitted.
Yes.
But that is not what the Constitution says. The Constitution does not require anybody to permit. What the police must do is to provide enough security to ensure that lives and property are not destroyed. That's all.
And the police said they mounted barricades around 37 Military Hospital. And then the demonstrations turned chaotic, and accused persons resorted to blocking major roads to stones and vehicles, denying access to the intersection.
But Kafui, the only reason why we are having this is because the police attempted to stop them from protesting where they had wanted to protest.
At 37.
Protests are symbolic. So when they said that they wanted to protest at the Revolution Square, it is for a symbolic nature.
You think they should have allowed them to do it?
They should have allowed them. Except the Ghana Police Service is telling us that they do not have the manpower and the capacity, right, to provide protection for 50 demonstrators.
How do you feel about the 39 people who have been arrested and are now in prison and police custody?
It's unfortunate, and the worst of all, you deny them right to legal counsel, right to meet their lawyers. You deny them the access to the family members. There are some of them who are sick, asthmatic patients, pregnant women, and the like. Even their medication. There's someone who had a surgery. And under the NPP government, human rights have been abused. Wantonly like this. And what have they done? Meanwhile, the very activity that is abusing the entire nation, galamsey, is being permitted by the government. Government officials, party officials have been given the chance to do it wantonly. And why? Why has the police and the security not been able to stop it? Because the government that orders them, that instructs them, has instructed them not to act.
So you think they're using a hammer to hit a fly?
Absolutely. Absolutely, because the government is afraid that this protest will lead to the end of the Galamsey, which its participants, its government members, its appointees, its party officials are involved in. So this is just an act to protect the party people who are destroying our very livelihood. Shame on President Akufo-Addo. Shame on Alhaji Bawumia. Shame on the IGP. He's one person that I like and respect a lot. But on this, he's got it wrong.
Let me bring in Kwesi Botwe Jr. What do you make of what's gone down so far? You actually claimed that 10 people had died as a result of protesters blocking the roads at 37, and it was found to be an untruth by the deputy PR of the Ghana Ambulance Service on TV3. He debunked your claim that 10 people died. And they should know because they control the ambulances. So you are just, for want of a better word, using that to score some cheap points.
No, good morning to you, good morning to my colleagues. And
you still insist that people died?
Viewers, I'm coming there. I think the deputy PRO in his statement didn't confirm what happened at the hospital. He said to the best of his knowledge, from what he has also heard, 10 people have not died in ambulances. I haven't said that 10 people died in ambulances. I said at the hospital. So the appropriate person to speak to is the PRO for the 37 military hospital. So we all asked him, how many people died between the hours of 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. as a result of the inconvenience that was caused by the protesters? That is the point I'm making. I have also said that I have also seen the post on social media going around that these 10 people had died, and that was what I made reference to. And so the deputy PRO, we all know where he belongs, and so I am not surprised that he called into this. Of course, he's affiliated to the. He was appointed by the Eswal administration. Let me put it that way.
Don't tell me how to do my work.
But you are cutting me halfway.
Don't tell me how to do my work.
Exactly
you cannot besmirch somebody's reputation and not allow him to speak.
No,
you suggested that you all know where he's coming from. What do you mean by that?
No, I'm making a point that we all have our party affiliations.
What did you mean by that?
And I'm saying he's not. We all know where he's politically affiliated to. That's the point I'm trying to make.
I don't know. Tell me.
He's affiliated to the opposition government.
Because
he was appointed by the Eswal administration.
So you lie about something he's professional. You think he's not a professional?
I take exception to you saying I'm lying to it.
Kwesi, do not fudge the issues. Okay, this is somebody speaking from a professional unit.
And I am not saying he is lying.
Yeah, so please don't bring his political colors because you're politicizing the issues. And you need to withdraw that statement.
No, the point I'm making is that
you cannot use our platform. You cannot use our platform.
No, I don't think I have.
You cannot use our platform to throw political mud on people.
No, I don't think I have thrown.
Yeah, so please let's get that clear.
I don't think so.
So back to the issue.
Absolutely. On the protesting, I think that I'll first of all start by commending the Ghana Police Service for ensuring their professionalism in handling these matters. And also to state categorically that nobody is against demonstrating against Galamsey. I am worried about the state of our river bodies and the activities of Galamsey. And I believe everybody is worried about the state of Galamsey in this country. Nobody is saying young persons or young people shouldn't demonstrate against Galamsey. We all respect the constitutional right to hit the street and express our opinions about matters we all feel offended about, and we all respect that. But the right to protest or the right to demonstrate, I have said times without number that it's not a license for lawlessness and violence. Because we have all seen videos. In fact, I have sent a video to your producer if he will show for everybody to see the lawlessness that was exhibited by some of these protesters. And for me, it is the impudence and the temerity with which they exhibited lawlessness on our streets. Because how could you block the main entrance to a major referral hospital, the only military hospital in Accra, in the name of demonstrating or protesting, without also thinking about other people whose lives depend on visiting this hospital? And so I think that in as much as we all respect the rights to demonstrate, we all respect the rights to protest and respect the rights to channel our grievances or our opinions, but that is not a license to exhibit blatant lawlessness. For that, I am against it. And I think that the police has done well in the best knowledge of the court with competent jurisdiction that these protesters, and not all of them, but those that were found to be, in the opinion of the court, must be denied bail, have been denied bail as such. And clearly, if you look at our criminal jurisprudence, the grant of bail is solely discretionary, even though all offenses are bailable, but it is also at the discretion of the judge. If in the opinion of the judge you are granted bail and you will not appear for court again, the judge has every right to deny the accused person's bail. And so I do not think that the judge or the police service have acted in excess of their powers or excess of their jurisdiction by denying these protesters who exhibited lawlessness on our streets. And Kafui, what is most interesting and what I feel offended about is that on the day of the demonstration or the protest, we all saw things that happened: burning down flags of political parties, destroying paraphernalia of political parties, and the police actually stood by to look at all those things. In fact, we saw the convener for Democracy Hub, Baka Vomewo, approaching a police vehicle, opening the door of the police vehicle, removing the key of the police vehicle, and throwing it away into the bush. Policemen were standing there looking by. Nothing was done. It was the next day that he was arrested. And so I maintain the position that on the day of the demonstration, the police overpumped some of these demonstrators, because you cannot watch a civilian to arrest them there and there, to serve as a deterrent to everybody.
So you tell me how to do my work. Now you also want to tell the police how to do their work.
I'm not telling the police.
You must be the repository of all knowledge.
No, but Kafu, I take exception to that. You have invited us here to express our opinion, and I'm just channeling out my opinion. I am not suggesting that is how you should do your work, or that is how the police should do their work. My colleague here mentioned that he is not happy with how the police did their work. You didn't ask him that. Why is he telling the police how to do their work?
Because he didn't tell the police how to do their work.
I'm not telling the police how to do it. I'm also saying that what I'm surprised about is how the police watched on. And it's the same thing.
You're police and you're a civilian. You know what they're doing.
But he's a police officer. He said he's not happy. And I am also saying...
You said they overpumped them.
Exactly.
So how should a policeman underpump a citizen?
Saying that he's not happy.
He's not happy. That's his opinion.
And I'm also saying that the police overpumped them. That is my opinion.
And then
I think I'm entitled to my opinion.
What should the police do?
Should have arrested them there and there. Okay. Because the 37 military
hospital... But they've arrested them now.
No, I am saying that there and there. Because somebody cannot access a police vehicle, remove the key of the police vehicle, see policemen around, and pretend as if nothing has happened. Mm-hmm. The policemen watched on for some of these demonstrators. In fact, not all, to be very fair, but some of these demonstrators burned paraphernalia of a political party. In fact, one of the major duties of the police by Constitution and by the Police Service Act is to ensure law and order. And the police ensures law and order by protecting lives and properties.
Are you happy with them now?
By protecting lives and properties. And the paraphernalia of the political parties they were burning are properties belonging to a registered organization in this country. And so the police had a mandate to ensure that these demonstrators or these protesters were prevented from destroying properties of an organization.
I saw one of your, I think your deputy youth organizer, very emotional about the paraphernalia that were destroyed, and was promising all kinds of repercussions if it happened again.
Because
so you bring the guys over to come and you're best organizer.
On Saturday, for instance, the NPP is setting the streets of Accra to we are organizing a work, the youth wing of the party, and I don't think that NPP has any right to destroy flags or paraphernalia belonging to movement for change just because we are hitting the streets to energize our base. I do not think that would be proper for anybody to do so. And that is why I'm saying that I do not think it is proper for the demonstrators to have destroyed the paraphernalia and the flags and the billboards belonging to the New Patriotic Party. It could not be any political party. I am not even concerned about whether it belongs to the New Patriotic Party or any other.
You're fighting for all parties.
No, the point I'm making is that the demonstrators had no right in destroying properties belonging to any person.
Sure.
In fact, you have the right to demonstrate. You could have demonstrated peacefully. The NDC demonstrated about the EC register a few days ago, and I didn't hear of any such incidents. But I have sent a video to your producer. He should play the video. They were banned, the protesters, some of them.
You're not advising my producer to do
No,
that.
I'm only suggesting to him. They were banging cars belonging to civilians. No, for all Ghanaians to know the extent to which, some of these things happen. Because when I came in fact, I saw on the screen some of the footages of the demonstrators. There is the court. And so it will only be fair that we show some of the videos of being the reason why some of these persons have been sent to court, for Ghanaians to also know why people have been sent to court. Because there is a misinformation going on out there that the demonstrators or protesters have been remanded or taken to court because they were demonstrating against Galamsey. That is not the reason why the police has taken or the AG has taken the initiative to prosecute this matter. That is not the reason. They were permitted to demonstrate against Galamsey because their constitutional rights are respected, and we all respect that. But they are being sent to court because of the lawlessness they exhibited. If you look at the charge sheet, I do not think that there is any charge in this country that says that. Absolutely.
And the lawyer gave us education, so
absolutely.
It's a moot point.
Absolutely. Right. So, no,
okay.
It's
a moot point, Kwesi.
No, you cannot say it's a moot point.
You're watching GTV Breakfast. I'm here with the man in the middle, Kwesi Botchwey Jr., member of the National Communications Team. To his right is Timothy Awuntrim Atabwade from the NDC, I beg your pardon, and Courage Nubi, who's Deputy Director for Policy Movement for Change. Your thoughts are very much welcome. 0555561034. That's our WhatsApp number. Give us a quick WhatsApp, and we will be reaching out. There's another conversation I want to have before we go through. But let me see if I can read any messages on the platform while my people cool down a little bit. Mr. Atabwade, are you okay? All right. All right. Okay. Good morning. The Electoral Commission is not a football club where you can just get up and move electoral material for auditing. If you have authentic evidence, present it to the Commission for the necessary correction to be done, like what the NPP did in 2015. Okay. Papa Bishu, remanding demonstrators in prison and police custody, fighting for majority of suffering Ghanaians against Galamsey, destroying our water bodies, creating kidney diseases, cancer, and others is really angering Ghanaians, and will surely punish NPP government into opposition because the president put his presidency on the line against Galamsey, but you feel that he has failed. And you've written, I think it's Boto. Another turn around punishing demonstrators who are calling on him to stop. So very sad, says Papa Bishu in Accra. Today, why did you not call the movement guy to order when he was pointing to NPP party members for Galamsey without any evidence? You shook me this morning. And shake yourself, sir. Good morning, Courage. Nabi should avoid peddling lies on the platform. What are the lies? With allegations without evidence. The police equally carried out their constitutional mandate and were being professional in ensuring peace and order on our streets. In fact, the same constitution that green lights demonstration also places limitations on how demonstrations should be done. These people were out there to cause havoc and unleash violence, not necessarily to peacefully demonstrate. So we should expect the police to watch and allow these saboteurs. So should we expect the police to watch on and allow these saboteurs to go on a rampage? What do you have to say for that?
I think many people do not understand what rights mean. And at the end of the day, what led to the scuffle? The protesters were there. They had a truck that contained their water and food supplies, right? The police wanted to tow that truck away.
Had it broken down?
No.
Okay.
They were towing it away. And that was why the leader of the protesters took out the key to the car, because why do you want to deny them access to their water and their food? So this convenient argument, you know, and I'm very sad this morning that a young person will sit on national television and others watching to say that it is right for the rights of other young people to be abused just because they are expressing their right that is constitutionally guaranteed.
Point made. Since you're not being fair to Mr. Butcher Jr., allow him to flow as you do to other panelists. I think he's flowed. I'm even ashamed of GTV discussing this on national television, where protesters went wayward by causing mayhem and disturbing public peace. We called a lawyer to explain the causes. It's education we're doing here. Please don't be ashamed. Okay, some conversations are uncomfortable, but they have to be had. Good morning, Kaf. Because he's totally contradicting himself. If he's talking about lawlessness, I think it should be directed to how Galamsey is being done. Does he know the effects on the masses due to the pollution Galamsey has caused? They have the law, but couldn't stop Galamsey for over 8 years now. Kwesi, what do you say to that? He says you should be focusing on how Galamsey is being done. And do you know the effects on the masses due to the pollution Galamsey has caused? You've had the law, but couldn't stop Galamsey for 8 years now. What's your response to this man? To Tech Charlie? I think that, like I've mentioned, Galamsey is a worry to everybody, and the government is doing its best to make sure that we curtail it. Is the government succeeding? Come again? Is the government succeeding in the Galamsey fight? The government is putting in all efforts to make sure that the menace is being curtailed. In fact, nobody is happy about Galamsey. Is that success? Effort is different from success. I'm saying the government is putting in efforts to ensure that this fighter, the menace is being kept. I don't speak Twi too well, but say Agrobesoa. I also don't speak Twi too well. I just checked from the police page. In fact, to be very fair, Courage mentioned that the police was trying to tow away a vehicle containing the water and food of the demonstrators. That is right. But they had used the track to block the main 37 intersection, which was not part of, the arena to that is why and the police are sought an injunction to stop it. So don't tell me that the police permitted away that vehicle, blocking the main road, the main 37 road, which is a very vital intersection in Accra. That is what the police did, and the police did not try to tow it away anyway. But that's right. The vehicle was mounted by the police. It away to the back. The access to 37 intersection was mounted by the police.
Yes, you see, Butcher talked about the fact that the issue was, or the granting of a bail is discretionary. Discretion is used candidly, not capriciously. Fairness. If you think that the discretion are exercising, is it in fairness? Is it in your candid opinion? Like Nobby said this morning, there are some of the demonstrators who are not well, and yet they've been yanked into both prison and police custody. There are some of them, they are first-time offenders. Some of these people, we know how to treat them. Look, as we talked this morning, we were insisting about the number of people who died. Under your watch, 8 people died in Techiman. The Ayawaso West were gone. As we are talking this morning, there's someone who has been injured and he has not been taken care by government. A whole committee was set up, a commission was set up with the taxpayers' money. The recommendations in that commission have not been implemented. The perpetrators have gone free, not that they've gone even free, they are even part of the current government. We saw how MPP hooligans in the court, in the sitting court, threatened a pregnant judge and allowed them to go scot free. And the Attorney General filed a nolli prosequi.
No case.
No case. If the judiciary can be assaulted in the daylight, under all the principles you advocated this morning for the MPP and their distance, then where are we going? The Galamsey report that came, the last point, the whole Attorney General wrote a letter rubbishing the Galamsey report by Professor from Pomboatin. Where did we come from and where are we going? We are leaving this segment right now. Mr. Kosibuchi Jr., your final comment. My final comment is that if yesterday somebody invaded a court to pull away a pregnant judge and we all condemned it, doesn't mean today somebody should have the temerity to block a major entrance to a hospital. 2 wrongs doesn't make a right. And so we should not try to justify an illegality by saying the same illegality occurred years back. That is totally
The greatest of respect on called for. Because if something has happened yesterday and we are all saying it is wrong and advocating for a better Ghana, and the same thing is happening today, that doesn't make it right.
That's Kochi Junior, member of National Communications APP. Courage, you have your minute.
I think the false claims being made by Kofi this morning.
Yeah, which are
the barricading of the access to the hospital was done by the police to prevent the protesters from going to the Revolution Square. So it's not true that was what they did. What we're saying is that when they're protesting, you had allowed vehicular movement which could injure the protesters. So they told the police several times, and we've seen the footage, block that side so we can protest in peace. And the police refused, endangering their lives. Mind you, the police was supposed to be there to protect their lives. They didn't do that, but let me call out to that one. Some of the protesters have been abducted by the police, not arrested, because as of today, about 4 days after the act, we still don't know their whereabouts. One of them being Ni Ayi Opare, a member of the Movement for Change, a spokesperson for the Fighters League. And we are saying the police should produce him because they didn't present him to court yesterday. So the people that they have abducted, they should produce them, and we are tracking.
05555561034. More messages for you when you have enough time. But thank you so much, Courage and Kosi and Timothy. My name is Kaf. We have up next a conversation where Maltiti sits with an engineer to talk about very serious issues happening. So you stick around, don't go anywhere. She sits with Engineer Jabaku Kudiabo Okanse, Executive Director, Center for National Interest and Research. Don't go anywhere. Thank you. Somebody open the door.
Hey, wait. You can put it on his tab. This is my man. Good luck.
We'll radio. We are star 712. I'm on dialing the magic numbers. Star 712. Now welcome to the luckiest. And now with me at home ticket. You can buy for yourself or your loved one.
Mommy, tell mommy who's here.
You're buying for me, right?
Or who else?
Oh.
Let's choose buy tickets for others.
Love you, boo boo.
So, maybe straight to option 4. Now we need to buy tickets worth 50 Ghana to qualify. Yes, you can buy random or preferred tickets. I'm choosing random tickets. Listen, if you buy the random ticket, the system chooses a random number for you. But if you buy the preferred, you get to input your own preferred 5 digits. 5. Now follow the prompts and confirm. Now the luckiest.
The luckiest is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform, not for persons below 18 years. TNCs apply.
Fear the man can wa bahodia. Tuan the tumo. Mobile mo sanke kan wa na stay bi e wo from ha. Suma hu hwehwam. Minia, me so aka bi ma mo what?
Buying 20 disinfectant, buying stain remover and so ha. You were buying liquid soap, buying zone power bleach. And the keke ka ho bebre. Wo say fear mu. Hospitals, schools, canteens, warehouse, factories, and no bia e wo so we use.
0243 10 48 83 and 0541 80 80 96.
FDIG
Prophecy time.
Abraham and Sarah, Mubanya twins. Go and buy jacket. We are going to Canada. The best our born Wamba. Master, what the card do? Go to J. Born a wow. What you need? Because of my mepa. Business is bread, school fees, chop money. Funeral bills, suppliers, in-laws, side chicks. Or yes, I book him. Oh, how many spiritual? For bills. Bills micro credit. The same way. Bills micro credit. From Mumbai. Ati. Kona from. Next.
Everyone is running to Bills. Enjoy the peace of mind that comes with acquiring any of our loan facilities. For whoever you are and whatever you're doing, Bills has a product for you. No susu, no deposits. All you need is your Ghana card. Bills, financing your needs.
Hello, Bills.
I love President Charcoal. Why? When there are so many other charcoal toothpaste. That's both charcoal and lemon. Oh, does it? Yes. Look right here.
Yes. Pepsodent Charcoal has 2 of nature's powerful whitening ingredients. With the power of activated charcoal and lemon essence, it removes stains and whitens teeth naturally.
Convinced?
Well, I am. Just look at your beautiful Pepsodent smiles.
For naturally whiter teeth, Pepsodent Charcoal.
Pepsodent.
Coming live from the capital, this is The Breakfast Show.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Sheikh Armi Al-Shuaib. I'm the spokesman for the Chief Imam and a member of the National Peace Council Governing Board. Peace is a gift of God to us. It's a universal principle. This has kept our nation since our return to democracy in this country. It's something that we must all preserve. We need a peace now, before, during, and post-election period, so we can keep the unity and harmony of our country. I, Sheikh Arabiao, pledge for peace.
Welcome back to the show. This is still GTV Breakfast. So I am Altiti Saida Sadiq, and this is live across social media. Join us, take us to work with you. It's a rainy Wednesday morning, but you can watch the show and then get a glimpse of the national interest conversations that we are having on the show today. On this side of the show, we're having a conversation around research and national interest, as I just said. And the focus of the Center for National Interest and Research Centenary Agenda is to promote a new era of governance, of selflessness, accountability, and collective progress and transparency through provoking discussions and expert insights. The series empowers citizens to drive inclusion. And the expert to talk about this morning is Engineer Jabaku Kodiabo Okanse, Executive Director at the Center for National Interest and Research. Engineer Okanse, good morning and welcome back to the show.
Thank you very much.
Today you are here not for headlines, but on a different conversation.
Thank you.
Great. The show is brought to you by Awake Purified Drinking Water. Get a bottle of Awake and you can donate, to a health cause as well. And also Medimoses and Virtual Sound are proud sponsors. Engineer, tell us what the Center for Research Centenary Agenda stands for. I know it's a CSO, but what's your mandate?
Actually, the Center for National Interest and Research is the organization driving the Centenary Agenda through the Centenary Agenda Secretariat. And hopefully on 1st of October, we'll be doing the media launch for the Centenary Agenda Initiative, the new thinking and era of our political landscape, a hope for the youth. And so basically, we researched into our past, our present, and to guide our future. Because we realize that if we currently look at where we are today, and we look back a little, we'll see that we have mixed the mark. We are not focused or in line at all. Because it looks as if we don't understand the meaning of independence and democracy.
Okay.
And if you look at us as a country, where we came from, our individual tribal consolidation into nationhood, different tribes coming together, some were huge, some were small, but they equally contributed to the development of the country.
Right.
From that time to when we enter colonization, then from colonization to nationalism. Now in the colonization era, the same colonialists that we say they were exploiting us has also opened our eyes. So there is a good and ugly part of colonization. But most of our people who move into nationalism and into struggling for independence were all out of the lessons they've learned from the colonial masters. Some travel abroad, especially the business and the business heroes and the nationalist pioneers got a lot of this nationalism from outside there.
Right.
They said, well, no, let's do something for our country as well. Then from the nationalism to the independence, and the independence to the democratization of our country,
Okay, I want, before you go through those steps, I want you to tell us what nationalism is.
You see, like I'm saying, when you take the governance structure or the structure, we have nationalists, we have leaders, we have politicians. There are three different groups of people. There has be different characters in governance. We make mistakes when we elect people, then we call them leaders. Some are typical politicians. And nationalists who move with nationalists focus in this country first. The resources, the people's welfare is what they look at. And they don't struggle to occupy political office before they contribute something to their country or their communities. They are people who want their nation's interest first. They are people interest first. And when they want to do something, they don't look at whether you belong to the same party, the church, or community. They see something unique in somebody, and they want to contribute to the development of that person. Not looking for whether the person will bring something back to them. A leader seeks to go to an office, looking at opportunities around, want to add value to what they have inherited. But a politician is a person who will tell you all the good things, come there for himself alone. And the next one is his party, the group he belongs to. So he doesn't care about the people, the resources, however he will do to get what he will do. Whether he wants to kill you to survive, he will. And we need to understand these three groups of people, and when we are electing them into political office. Secondly, a nationalist or a leader never takes political appointment or office holding as an employment. They see it as a shared responsibility to the country or the society they belong to. But the politician sees it as an employment and means to acquire wealth within a second. And I keep on saying that if you call yourself a leader and you occupy political office, you're a professional trained like me, maybe an engineer, teachers, and you can create an environment, the system working for you to be able to buy V8, create that logic on yourself. You think by occupying political office you want all those things, then they are not being a true citizen.
With the state of Ghana and politics, what does it look like our national interest agenda is? Because you're saying that you can impact without being a politician, that's a nationalist. But it looks like in every sphere of our life, it's either you are in party A or party B to get your business running.
Thank you very much. That is basically what the Centenary Agenda Initiative is about. You see, if we look at the 2020 general election, the voters register, the youth between 18 to 35 years, there were 9.4 million people. And they rather are somewhere, and the people ruling who are 66 to 70 years are 300-something thousand people. Now, there are a lot of things in the system that we are not using data to work on. Our population census is only used to get a number that votes. It's not used to do any planning, anything. So we're saying that the Centenary Agenda Initiative to say that where we are now, you can contribute to the development of your country without belonging to any political party. Okay. How are we going to do it? The issue we have with Galamsey and other things. See, the politician comes to office, representing you. You voted for him. He's going to take decision. He doesn't come to consult you. And you see, democracy is in different forms. We have the representative democracy. We have the pure or direct democracy. There are forms of democracy. Other countries are using the mixed one. You see, the representative democracy is when you vote for the people, they go and take decisions, they don't consult you again.
Representatives, yes, even though they are representing.
Even they are representing you. But when you ask the pure or the mixed one, the people have to come and consult. There are certain laws that are being passed in Parliament. We should have to review our constitution and all that. If you are going to take a decision in Parliament, I voted for you to represent me, you must come back to me. Right. But this is what we want to do. What do you think? And there must be a certain percentage of the people from your constituency who agreed before you go and represent them to contribute to that. Because if we don't do that, we'll destroy the country. It was because the country was heading towards a point in the colonial time. That is why we got nationalists who got up to love their country and were fighting. And one thing that saddened my heart is that we keep on promoting the early politicians as pixies and all that. Nobody bothered to profile these people and look at what they have done or achieved in their lives before. Some of them started politics as early as 18 years, in 1930s. They have not worked, they were not challenged with issues of diligent hard work before. But they were business heroes, nationalists who invested in them. We have overlooked those people and are promoting the politicians. And this great man, Ndewu Koyika, said that, show me the heroes of your country that your youth look up to, and I'll tell you the future of your country. And that's our situation today. If we take the big six as the people we are looking up to, then the lousy politician class, that's what we'll see. But if we go a little back and look at the nationalists, the business heroes, what they did, what they were doing, I think we have about 292 entrepreneurs in the Gold Coast who were competing with 98 European firms. The Europeans never destroyed their businesses.
Do we still have some of their businesses alive till date?
Yes, that is what we are researching into.
Okay.
So that the youth can, at least when they visit us at the secretariat, we'll be able to tell them. In the centenary agenda, we don't employ you. What we do is that we have several businesses and areas of what we can do. Then we sit down, we strike a deal, we will give you the means, the distance to do it. But whatever we get, we share it. Right. So that point in time, you can be on your own. People have gone to schools, universities, polytechnics, they have done projects. It's a whole business. But they are in the cupboard and the other things, yes, which you look into and be able to help. You see, if we look into in the country and you see like our traditional, like I'm saying, the three arms of our society, social, economic, and political, there are institutions that have to be up and doing. If we fix those institutions, who is the politician to mess up with you? Because he is representing you. So if he's not representing you well, you must have the power to tell him. You don't wait till there's an election. So we need to amend our constitution, if possible, write a new constitution.
So what are we seeing? More of political at the far
More
front,
of politicians.
and then social and economic are suffering?
Are suffering. And it's as I said, we call it the golden triangular rule. You see, in the triangle setup, you have the social under, you have the economic at the other end. Then you have the political. Now, if you take the social, you have the family setup, you have the traditional setup, you have the religious setup. Then if you have the economic, you have the natural resources, the country, the land we are in, the natural resources. How do we enhance that to develop our financial capital? How do we do that to develop our human capital? Then you come to the political arm, then you have the nationalists, you have the leaders, and you have the politicians. Unfortunately, the politicians have dominated everything. And politicians never build a country. You can check globally, all the countries. See, George Washington, the first president of America, he was a nationalist and a businessman. He did not have the opportunity to go to school. And what he did was to learn professional works and then did survey and then went to the military. When he led in the independence of the country, he ran America the first 8 years of his country without a party. Right. He was an independent country, brought the whole country together. That foundation he laid was the foundation on which America is built today.
Is Ghana ready for a nationalistic approach to our politics, to our presidency, to our leadership? We have some people on the ballot heading towards December 7 elections who are business people, who seem nationalistic in their approach. Is Ghana ready to move away from the duopoly politics?
Thank you. I think that it's not a matter of rushing to become a president or an MP. I have several calls from people who come and represent in parliament and all. I keep on saying that if I don't, I'm not able to get somewhere where I can say that I've made it. So that if I enter, I want to really serve my people. I'm not serving because I'm going for V8, because I can buy some myself. Okay. I'm not going because I want to be, I don't know, to be, because recently when people, they call me honorable, I say I'm not an honorable. I'm just an ordinary citizen. I don't want that title. I said, why? I said, no, I'm just an ordinary citizen. I have learned from my research that there were people, business heroes, nationalist pioneers who did not serve in any political, but they did better and greater things than the people. And we have names. If you take our history, from when we started our nationalism, from 1897 to 1920, there was a man called Jacob Osise. He saved our land for us. He grew people like Kingsley Hayford and John Mensah Saba. He used his own money to help them. He chartered ship from here to go and meet the Queen of England to negotiate for our land. His own money. He didn't ask anybody to pay. The first capital in Cape Coast, almost all the structure was his own resources. Those big seas, I say suppose because I will explain. Okay. Depended on this man. There's a complete research about him. When we are talking about independence, we don't talk about what happened 1920 to 47. We only pick 47.
Yeah, prior to the...
We never thought. And there's a complete research on it. Then from 1947 to 57, 10 years, is what we want everybody to listen to embrace. If you do that, then the people who really contributed significantly with their own resources, you will not talk about them.
Does it mean we need an overhaul of our educational system? Because how many of our children and even young millennials and Gen Zs know about these people you're talking about and to walk in their shoes?
If you take a critical look, you know that before during 1887, the Aboriginal Right Protection Society, they had a blueprint of our independence. And if you see what they intend to do, you will see that the people who got the independence, although that blueprint moved from 1897 to 1920 when the Aboriginal Right Society was fading, to the nationalist movement. That was 1920 to 47. There were two people in this country called the first president of Nigeria, Nnamdi Azikiwe. He came to do his politics here. He was brought by this man called A.J. Okansi. The A.J. Okansi had this newspaper, African Money Post and Gold Coast Spectator. The African Money Post was the national newspaper where these people and Wallace Johnson, they all worked at. And this, you will see that Nnamdi Azikiwe wrote a book, My Odysseys. He said, in life you have benefactors, but the greatest benefactors that have made him who he was A.J. Okansi.
I mean, Nigerians learned a lot from...
We also, you know...
There was a transfer
if you see,
knowledge.
what's this man? One of the first, the speakers of parliament, Akiyomi, they are Nigerians, but they grew up, they did everything here.
Ghana.
So Nigeria and Ghana, we are like brothers.
Cousins, yes,
see?
we see.
And so we need to understand that politics, extreme, you see, politics is not the problem, but extreme partisan politics is what is destroying.
Extreme.
Extreme. Where even when the person you elected is doing the wrong thing, you can't talk about it. If you talk, they see you that you are enemy. Look, to be a very good leader or a business person, you must even have your sweeper to correct you, not insulting you, but telling you something.
Right.
It will save you.
You talked about democracy, and I want to know, disruption, what is going to disrupt democracy, overhaul it, for it to work like it's supposed to? Is it protests? Is it the demonstrations?
Demonstration and protest is not there. It's not there. See, from the monarchy era till all the system, humanism, socialism, to democracy.
Capitalism.
After capitalism and all that, system came. Even democracy is failing now. If this is what democracy means, then it's failing.
Are we not practicing it right?
No,
it was introduced to us from the West.
Yes. when something is introduced, with us, the mistake we do is that we copy everything blindly, paste it. We don't edit it to suit our system. Because democracy, go and see the white man practicing the democracy is doing what we are doing. This monarchy system, where people feel that, oh, because we are this, we must be this. Look at the two major political parties. You will see that each of them towards a particular tribal line. In the democratic dispensation of system, it's not like that. You see, political office, so there is not a royalty that you would think that because I'm this line, I must be there. No. Kwame Nkrumah was an ordinary person. No leader since First Republic to Fourth Republic can compare themselves to Kwame Nkrumah. Nkrumah, after getting independence for us, acquired a lot of state properties. At least if there is not a crowd, we have our Ghana Airways flying. Now if you come as a leader, and I don't call you a leader, and you are selling in a piece of land that Nkrumah acquired or property, you are not a leader. Because a leader, at least if you cannot add value to what you are saying, keep it there. You are supposed to add value to it. See, the same GBC as it is today is the same GBC. All we are waiting for it. Judicial service, we go to all the, you see, and the population as at that time and this time, the difference is huge.
And what does
look at how
100 by then?
So this, if you take the two major political parties which I'm focusing on, we have all the two political parties, one way or the other, dealt with the National Development Planning Commission. And the National Development Planning Commission has a layout of what they want Ghana to be in 100 years.
The 40-year plan?
So even the 40 year, by 33.
Okay.
Go and read the manifestos compared to the National Development Plan. It's nothing near it. But these two major political have one way or the other dealt with National Development Planning Committee. So if demonstration and all this, the youth, they are a force to be reckoned with. But you see, you can demonstrate. You can do it, but ask yourself, why are you going to demonstrate? Is it because somebody comes to give you something because you are heading election year or something? Okay. You are demonstrating based on what? And what we are saying is that if you look at some of the contracts that were signed years ago, it only benefited the politician who was a minister at the time, the president who was there at the time. Their percentage, some of them, their percentage is even bigger than the Ghana government's percentage. And we have some of the youth who are demonstrating are good lawyers. You see, we on the 19th, we want to hold a paralegal conference on the grounds that people on 19th of October. People, you don't need to be a lawyer to do, but you need to, as a citizen and professor, know certain things about the law. Okay. So that when you read certain things, you understand, you analyze it. Right. Then if there's a need to go to a lawyer or to go to a mediator or an arbitrator, you can. It will help your negotiation skill.
Since we're out of time, and then you just repeat the dates for us.
Okay, what we're doing is that the first 3 years, which is 2024 to 2027, Ghana will be 70 years. And we're doing the stakeholders consultation meeting with professional bodies, the traditional religious institutions. We are looking to have social reformers, volunteers, partners, and even have ambassadors, regional community of how we can make our country great. Okay. And then from that, every 4 years, the first 3 years, every 5 years, what we have to do. Okay. Is all in the blueprint agenda that we'll be launching. We'll do the media launch on 1st October at Great Kofi Annan ICT Center near the Council of State. Okay. And then 22nd of October will be the main launch, where we will adore the secretariat and all that. Okay. So that.
And then you talked about the paralegal conference.
The paralegal is 19th. Okay. 19th, because we say that the legal aspect of everything, People must know. You must not be a lawyer to go in, but you must have some legal knowledge. In the developed countries, people have that. Maybe you're working as a presenter, but you know certain legal issues about what you do in the environment. It helps you to do, and if you want to even go and work with a lawyer or go to them, but those things should help you. And the Centenary and the Center for National Interest and Research, anything that we think that we have left behind, some will say Sankofa. We are taking it, bring it, edit it to suit us, to guide us for the next 33 years.
The next 33 years. Yes. So why are you calling on your partners who need the information and research that you are doing?
How am I?
Who are you calling, calling on? Do you have people who need the research and information?
Yes, we'll make most of the research available on our website. We're also dealing with institutions, the political science department of Legon, the history department. We'll send a lot. We're doing a lot of collaboration. What we are doing is that we need to create an inclusive society. Inclusive society. An inclusive society.
Yes. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Look, we've said quite a lot and we have opened it bare, looking at the centenary agenda, the next 33 years, and even Ghana heading towards 70 years. Activities lined up for October. That is going to be at the Kofi Annan Training Center on the 22nd of October is the main launch. The media launch is 1st October, and then there's a paralegal conference for lawyers and people in the legal profession as well. And we've looked at Ghana's agenda, national interest, looked at politics, leadership, and I've been speaking to Engineer Jabaku Kudiabo Okanse. He's Executive Director at the Center for National Interest and Research, and he said that if you need any information, go to the websites of the National Interest and Research Center, and you'll be able to get it. Thought-provoking ones to tickle your fancy about nationalism and patriotism. I am Altiti Saida Sadeka. My costume is by No Rush Collection. You can find everyone on social media. We are back with more.
Live from GBC Studio One, this is The Breakfast Show.
8K. Hey, wait. You gonna put it on his tab. This is my man. Good luck.
Bill Radio. We are star 712. It's much more phone. I'm on dialing the magic numbers. Star 712. Now welcome to the luckiest. And now with me at home ticket. You can buy for yourself or your loved ones.
Mommy, tell mommy who's here.
You're buying for me, right?
Or who else? Let's choose buy tickets for others.
Love you, boo boo.
No, maybe straight to option 4. Now we try. You need to buy tickets worth 50 Ghana to qualify. Yes, you can buy random or preferred tickets. I'm choosing random tickets. Listen, if you buy the random ticket, the system chooses a random number for you. But if you buy the preferred, you get to input your own preferred 5 digits. 5. Now follow the prompts and confirm. Now the luckiest. The luckiest is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform, not for persons below 18 years. T&Cs apply.
Once upon a time, in the heart of Accra, a man in his fancy car sought directions. But the Ghanaian way.
Hello, bro. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you please show me where the Presby Church is?
Oh, sure. Go straight. 10 left at the big mango tree with the broken branches with most of the mangoes falling. Right after that tree, there is a watches cellar. If you reach, ask there. Anybody will show you. When the Black Stars stick to the field, every Ghanaian becomes a coach. Why Fatika want to be dribble? The coach must go. The sacred cue for our beloved Gobe. As we wait patiently, rehearsing the perfect bite.
Mommy Gobe, the cocoa.
And as we share these stories, let us also remember a plate of lele rice, connecting our hearts through the flavors of our culture. Lele rice, ye nimno free tete. This advert is FDA approved.
People say everything is alright. What we say, things could be better. All we need is some understanding right now.
Hour has come to liberate the world from all oppressions of the devil by the preaching of the word of faith.
and I'm sending you to undertake this task.
So we were worshiping in Kumasi as Women's Chapel. That was the year 1990. The church that we started with 10 people, within 1 year, we had crossed 500 people. Bishop came all the way to Kumasi. But then there was no distance in the no branch in Accra. That was 798. To organize 2 crusades in Ghana. Anyone who has read Papa's book, my testimony is on page 143. The man who excreted fish when he took anointing oil and the communion. I am that person. We celebrate you, Papa. Happy birthday.
Hey, bra, me say, care plus I'm a better sweet, and one I'm in fear for you so. And I'm Santi Mama, will be enemy fear. My banana care plus in here. Miss Anka, my how. The next time is in a bra, Missy made cheer, some care plus me. No, and I'm about to swear, Miss Ellis. You know, you go feel. I'm so trouble.
I care for you. I don't friend. Oh, I care plus for you, eh? Brother Betty. Miriam, make campo care plus. Mosquito spray, edit on, make campo on the crack, answer the mouth. Wait, 8 minutes, healing is lovely. It just so as it all.
Leave the room for 15 minutes after spraying and don't sleep in the room with the burning coil. FDA, I get the crack.
8K. Hey, wait.
You can put it on his tab. This is my man. Good
luck. We'll be ready. We are star 712. It's much of a phone. I'm on dialing the magic numbers. Star 712. Now welcome to the luckiest. And now with me at home ticket. You can buy for yourself or your loved one.
Mommy, tell mommy who's here.
You're buying for me, right?
Or who else? Let's choose buy tickets for others.
Love you, boo boo.
So maybe straight to option 4. Now we try. You need to buy tickets worth 50 Ghana to qualify. Yes, you can buy random or preferred tickets. I'm choosing random tickets. Listen, if you buy the random ticket, the system chooses a random number for you. But if you buy the preferred, you get to input your own preferred 5 digits. 5. Now follow the prompt and confirm. Now the luckiest.
The luckiest is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform, not for persons below 18 years. TNCs apply.
You know someone making a remarkable impact in their community. Someone whose dedication and excellence inspire others. It's time to recognize their efforts. Introducing the most prestigious Royal 2025 Millennium Excellence Awards, celebrating outstanding achievements across various fields. And now, you can nominate those extraordinary individuals or companies who deserve recognition. Nominating is easy. Visit our website at mef.nominate.live. Click on the Nominate button, choose a category, and fill in the details of your nominee. It's that simple. Join us in recognizing those who make a difference. Your nomination could change a life and inspire many. Visit mef.nominate.live and nominate your preferred personality or company for the 2025 Millennium Excellence Awards. Nomination is open from now to December 2024. Be part of the change. Nominate today. To be a sponsor for this prestigious royal event, contact 053-540-1903.
Official media partners: GBC News, GTV, Lifestyle TV, Garden City TV, GBCGhanaOnline.com, Unique 95.7 FM, and Daily Graphic.
Coming live from the capital, this is The Breakfast Show.
Hello, it's 9:18. What can you do with waste? Is it useful? Can you convert it to something that can be used? Check out the next segment. It's part of our collaboration, Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, with the German Embassy in Ghana. #Climate Talks, from waste to resource. Enjoy. The Climate Talks conversation, a collaboration between the German Embassy in Ghana and the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. We are looking at waste to energy. And come with me, let's find out exactly what's happening here. Hi, welcome to Safizana Ghana Limited, 14 kilometers away from Tema, 25 kilometers away from Accra, in an area of the Greater Accra region called Ajay Kojo. I'm here to talk about waste to resource. And the general manager is here to educate you. His name is Elikplim Ashilevi. Hello, sir.
Hi, Kafui.
I'm really happy to be here.
Nice to have you here.
Give us a little background about Safizana. When did everything start here?
So Safizana came into Ashaiman municipality 10 years ago when the circular economy discussion was gaining traction. We came to augment the efforts of government in reducing waste in municipalities and reducing sanitation-related diseases within every community we want to operate.
Awesome.
We started off as a composting plant that churned organic waste and fecal sludge into biofertilizers.
Okay, where was the organic waste coming from?
So, organic waste came from markets, food selling markets, and food processing industries within the enclave.
Okay. How about the fecal sludge? Where did that come from?
The fecal sludge also comes from the community.
Okay.
We have one here that is patronized by the community.
Okay.
We have others scattered within the community.
Okay.
We collect it and co-mingle it with the organic waste from both markets and industry to produce the resources we are about to introduce you to.
Okay.
So, waste to resource. What is the waste? What is the resource?
Fantastic. We'll get there. Just break down some things for me. So, when you say market waste, what is it? The waste of what?
So, market waste represents residues from food sales, vegetable sales, and fruit sales.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, those that are not sold and that become very unwholesome are brought here for valorization.
And then the fecal sludge?
The fecal sludge comes from the community.
That's poop.
Poop.
Okay.
Toilets.
We produce it.
We produce it.
Okay, all right. Okay.
We produce it.
Awesome.
We combine them at predetermined ratios to achieve certain results based on analysis on their biomethane potential, their dry matter, and also the volatile content.
Awesome.
Yes. This tells you how resourceful, how valuable the waste may be to us.
I'm just curious before we start the process.
Yeah.
Does Safizana mean anything? What does it mean?
Safizana means all is well.
What language is this?
This is Swahili, Kiswahili.
Safizana.
All is well.
Let's go and check out the beginning of the process of turning waste to resource. So where are we going now?
So we are going to the waste reception area.
Okay, so all that market waste, the fecal sludge comes here.
So the fecal sludge and the industrial waste comes here.
Okay.
And the market waste goes to the latter end of the production process.
Okay.
Okay. It is programmed in a way that certain portions of the resources are derived earlier because the waste has an expiry period.
Okay.
The more you keep it, the more you exhaust the resource potential. So the gas potential is utilized first, after which the mixture, called the digestate, is repurposed into biofertilizers. So here we get only the industrial waste. Industrial waste relates to production residues from food processing companies like we do with Nestle, we have Promasidor, we have Nutrifoods, we have we have Guinness Ghana Limited, bringing their waste residues from production.
Talking of waste coming in, what is this? What do we see here? Is this some waste coming in?
Yes, this is waste coming from industry, Nestle Ghana Limited.
Okay.
So Nestle produces milk, they produce Cerelac, and those waste that they generate in the production process are brought here and valorized. For them they are what? Disposing their waste sustainably.
You know what? I'm curious. What's happening there? It drives onto the. Can you
Yes.
just quickly see? Since we're here and it's happened, the timing is good. So the truck has come in. What is it driving on?
So the first point of call when the waste comes is for us to determine the tonnage.
Okay.
All right. How much waste has been brought? Out of that, you are able to tell how much resource can be derived from it.
Okay.
You are even able to tell where it is coming from, the kind of waste that is in it, and where it should be stored.
So this is a weigh bridge, correct?
So this is a weighing bridge
Okay.
that determines the tonnage of waste we received from the various streams.
I want to see how heavy this waste is.
Okay.
Okay. So on average, every day, how much waste comes in here?
On average, every day, including the FECA sledge,
yes,
we receive about 50 tons of waste.
Daily?
Daily.
That's a lot of waste.
A lot of waste. 50
Wow.
tons of waste daily.
So it has been recorded? The weight has been recorded?
Yes, so
okay.
What happens is that the initial weight is taken. It goes to dispose, or it goes to store the waste in the warehouse.
All
Then
right.
comes to weigh the empty. Then we get the net.
Okay.
The net of what was placed under the shed.
Simple subtraction.
Simple subtraction.
Okay.
So what comes in, all right, is recorded.
Okay.
Then after it's offloaded the waste, it comes to weigh the empty.
I see.
Okay, so the difference between the gross and the net gives you the value of waste we receive at the shed.
Okay, all right. So now we can start.
Yeah.
What is this, by the way? Is this significant or is it just soil?
So this is not soil. This is a dried digestate. So the liquid component of what was left after the gas potential was exhausted was separated from the solid content. And the water goes into a waste treatment pond, all right? And this is further dried and co-composted with market waste to produce the biofertilizers.
So this is fertilizer?
So this is the base for fertilizer.
Okay, so it will go undergo some more processing?
Yes, it will go under more processing.
Okay.
Let's begin from the...
Great, yeah. I just wanted to check out that whole process. So let's start. So your waste comes, your FECA sludge, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So the FECA sludge is equally is weighed and mixed with the organic waste from industry at very predetermined quantities.
Why is that important?
It is important because if you are preparing food, you prepare a recipe based on the taste and weight and color you want to see.
Right.
Yes, it's the same way we mix the waste in terms of what we want to derive as resource and in what quantities and at what qualities.
Okay.
And it is based on that we determine what level of or what quantum of sludge should be mixed with the organic waste to be digested.
This is sludge?
So this is organic waste.
Organic waste, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
What you see there is mix of dairy, mix of Cerelac rice, pressed together to be fed with the FECA sludge. Okay, let's go.
So various industries are responsible for producing this waste?
Yeah, they bring us this waste.
Okay. Do you ask them to pack it like that? Or they just pack it and bring it to you, send it to you?
So they pack it very well and bring it here.
Okay.
So it's a very huge stock that has been depleted to this level.
All right. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
And this is the FECA sludge reception area.
Okay.
The CVC here separates the sludge from unwanted materials such as plastics, bottles, and all those predictable non-biodegradable materials that would impact the quality of our produces. They are separated through this sieving mechanism. Then the required substance are kept in the pits behind.
Over there?
Over there.
Okay.
You can see those round edges. Those are the pits within which we store the FECA sludge.
Over there?
Yes, 1, 2.
Okay.
Yes.
This is.
So this is what is unwanted.
We don't need this.
We don't need this.
Okay.
So this goes to another waste treatment plant that have the competence of treating these unwanted materials.
Okay. So from this step, what's the next step?
Okay. The next step is to combine the fecal sludge and the sorted organic waste at certain predetermined ratios in the third pit.
1, 2,
3. Yes, the one that has the pump on it is where the mixture is done. The mixing is done.
So here is just the separation.
The separation,
these two.
yes.
What's the capacity of these tanks?
These are about 1,300 cubic meters.
How deep is that?
If you use a dipstick, that should be
about 2.5 meters.
2.5 meters.
Yes. that's a depth.
Yeah.
Serious depth. Okay, you don't want to be playing around here and falling into that.
No. So that's why we have guards here.
Yes.
Only those who are allowed to work here have access to it.
I wonder how hot it will be inside there.
It will be very hot because it's covered.
Okay.
Yeah, it will be very hot.
Okay.
So it's covered. So when we want to mix, we transfer the fecal sludge into the other pit and add the determined quantities of industrial waste.
Okay.
All right. It is agitated to a character that makes it pumpable into the dome you see there.
This dome?
Yes.
Okay.
It has a containment that will receive the mixture. Okay?
Yeah.
And in the process of anaerobic digestion of the mixture, we generate biogas. So this is called an anaerobic digestion system. Okay. What it means is that the digestion is done in the absence of oxygen.
If you were to add oxygen to the digestion, what will happen?
It is not possible because very closed and you can't introduce oxygen into an anaerobic digestion process. It's a mechanism to stabilize the waste.
Okay. Are there any safety considerations to think about when this process is going on?
Yes. When you are pumping a mixture, it comes with a certain pressure. The safest way to work is to expect that there could be an explosion on the line, no matter how strong they are. So you cover yourself fully so that your body doesn't get into contact with the mixture.
What would happen if the mixture
They contain pathogens, they contain coliform, they contain all sort of bacteria that can cause infections.
Okay.
And that is the main reason why we are evacuating them from the community, to reduce the incidence of sanitation-related diseases. Otherwise, this would have been left in the community, and this industrial waste would have ended at the landfill emitting biomethane.
And what are the consequences of that?
The consequences of that is that our climate will be negatively impacted.
Okay. So this is a good job you guys are doing.
Very great one.
So everything is mixed in that. How long is the process to take it from here and ending up in the dome?
So it's not so long. Once the materials are available, you just mix, agitate, and pump, and this can take an average of an hour.
Okay. Now, when it gets into the dome, there's the process. I mean, describe what happens with that process.
So it is contained in a sort of in a well. All right, and organisms feed on the waste in the absence of oxygen and generate biogas to occupy the balloon you see there. As you can see, the balloon, its nature or its character now depicts something that is filled with content, and that is the biogas.
Is it like inflatable, like a balloon? Does it become smaller?
Yes, it becomes a bit deflated when the gas is less.
How do you prevent this balloon from exploding? I mean, if I blow too much air in a balloon, it will pop.
Yes.
Is this unpoppable?
So you only feed that which can generate the quantum the dome or the balloon can contain.
How do you know you've reached the capacity of that dome?
So there are meters on it that determine the gas levels.
Okay.
All right, and we know at which level beyond which we cannot feed any longer.
All right.
When it gets there, we stop feeding and allow the CHPs, these are combined heat and power generators, to convert the biogas into electricity and feed onto the grid.
Okay.
So the more they consume, the more oilage is created within the balloon for more biogas to be generated to occupy.
These blue barrels I see here, what's the purpose of these blue barrels?
So those barrels contain industrial waste that are sludgy in nature.
Okay.
We can see, or from there we can see tomato puree.
Okay.
That comes from Nutrifood. We can also have dairy. That is also in there. So they contain sludgy industrial organic waste.
Would they have to come through here, or how do they get into the mix?
So when it is their turn to be fed, they are brought to the feeding area, okay, measured and emptied into the mix pit.
I hear you. From here, where do you go? How do you get the electricity generated?
Okay. So when the gas is generated, these two equipment you see here are called combined heat and power generators.
The orange and the yellow?
Yes.
Okay.
They produce power and heat by sucking the biogas from the dome, depend on the same biogas to power themselves and produce electricity from the rest and transport it onto the national grid.
I see.
The two have the capacity of 200 kilowatts per hour.
These two?
These two.
Upcycling waste for good?
Yes. This is purely waste to watts.
So it's coming from here, going into here?
Going into here. So the pipe you see there are the mediums through which the suction is done by the combined heat and power generators to produce power and heat.
Can we go?
Of course.
All right. So describe what's going on here.
So what's going on here is this machine you see here, through this pipe, is converting the biogas. Okay? It's transporting the biogas to be converted into heat and electricity. The electricity is then transported through lines buried down to the transformer you see there.
Where's the transformer?
Yes, there's a transformer there.
There's a transformer?
So where the security posts, you see those two posts?
Yes.
There's one here, there's the other one there. Yes. They receive the load, and that represents waste electricity being fed onto the grid.
How much electricity does this plant generate?
So they have the capacity to generate 200 kilowatts per hour. Yes, 200 kilowatts per hour.
In terms of providing power to a community, I mean, how much of electricity how many people can be served with 200 kilowatts per hour?
If you produce that on daily basis, for 1 year, 3,000 people can benefit from it per annum.
Okay.
And this is based on the World Bank baseline on consumption per household.
Okay. But so when you generate this electricity, do you send it to the grid, or you use it here?
We send it to the grid. It's fed onto the grid.
Okay. So you are contributing to Ghana's electricity.
Exactly. Exactly. And we are the only company in the energy mix that produces from waste.
This is great. So is this a similar machine to this?
Yes.
Okay.
They do the same thing.
All right.
This is the old one and this is the new one.
Okay. Yeah. And so this is where the process ends?
So this is where the electricity generation ends.
Okay. I'm curious about this dough though. What material is it made of? Because I'm afraid these birds can peck it. Can they peck it?
No. They can't peck it. It has layers.
Okay.
Even if you peck, there are other layers that you have to perforate before you get in contact with the content.
Okay. It's quite an interesting operation you have here.
Yes.
I mean, just to think about the waste that we generate every day, and you are receiving 50 tons of waste every day.
Yes.
And turning that into power and feeding that to the grid. It's quite admirable.
Yes, it's an innovation that should be replicated in all communities, because they evaporate waste from the community, reducing the incidence of sanitation-related diseases, and still give us a very useful resource, that is energy, power, electricity.
What are some of the challenges? What are your greatest challenges here in converting waste to resource?
The mechanism is simple. The voltages might align between the receiver and the producer, so we are able to feed what we produce. Most of the time, it's either there is power outage or the grid is unstable. There is pressure on it so much so that it's unable to receive this. So whatever you produce would have gone waste.
Oh, you can't store it?
You can store it.
Wow.
And that we've still been innovative with it.
Yes.
What do we want to do with the unused gas that would have been converted into electricity? That is why we say we must give value to industry. We will compress this, clean it further, and send it to industry to power their boilers. The same food processing industry that brought the waste, they get compressed biomethane back to power their boilers and reduce their dependence on fossil, then closing the loop on the waste generation in their production process.
So a real circular economy.
A real circular economy.
How do you mitigate the levels of methane? Methane. How do you take methane out of the stuff that is brought in here to be generated into energy?
So we have very clean methane that can be used to power equipment.
What are the safety considerations one must be aware of in a place like this?
You don't smoke. You don't do anything that would have to bring sparkles. And you don't allow kids around here because
you have deep,
yes, you have deep pits. We have waste that can cause infections. Therefore, children are not allowed in the enclave. You are not allowed to smoke as well.
Okay.
No bush firing around. You don't burn bushes around.
Yeah, it's quite a volatile environment.
Yes.
Potentially.
Yes, potentially.
Okay. I'm looking at these white sacks there. So it's also waste?
Yes, they contain waste.
Okay.
They contain the organic waste. So those are not required in the churning process. They are not organic in nature. They are not biodegradable, and therefore are sent to companies that recycle plastic waste.
Okay. What challenges do you face with separation of waste from the markets? Because I believe that everything comes together and then you have to separate. Is that correct?
Yes. So what we do is to train the market women on how to separate the waste and make it available for collection. When we come here before they are introduced into the process, we do another layer of separation to ensure that total unwanted materials are eliminated from the process. We produce organic fertilizers that will not require certain materials that will compete for nutrients in the soil with the plants. So those materials are eliminated, and we make sure they don't end up in the finished product.
You originally started out as a compost producer.
Yes.
You still do composting?
Yes.
Okay.
So let's go to the wet end.
Yes. So that's the wet end?
That's the wet end.
And this place is the dry end?
This is the dry end.
Explain, because I saw wet stuff here. So why is that wet and then here is dry?
So it all depends, it's all relatable to the process.
Okay.
What comes out of the digester is very wet.
Right.
Okay, and that forms the basis for the compost production.
Okay.
Now,
this is the process you were talking about earlier, right? He's going to dump, so now they know how heavy it is.
They know how heavy
and they know how much waste they brought.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Now, when the waste is mixed and fed, and the biomethane potential is exhausted, the digestate is pumped out of the dome. When it is pumped out, it comes in both liquid and solid.
Right.
And we do separation so that the water goes into a wastewater treatment pond.
Is this it?
No, the waste it's at the back of this facility.
All right.
All right. And the mechanism you use is the bell press. So it presses the content.
What we see here?
Yes, it squeezes the solid out of the liquid, and it drops beneath it, and that is used to form the base of the compost.
I see.
And that is what we see there. Yes, and when this is not working, we use a manual mechanism.
Indeed.
Yes. So the digestate will be pumped onto these bags, all right, and the water sieved through a membrane, okay, and directed into the wastewater treatment pond.
Excellent. Good. So you're doing all, you're producing, that's why it's waste to resource.
It's waste to resource.
Because the resources are many. You have different types. You have electricity.
Yes.
And then you have fertilizer as well.
We have fertilizer as well. And
awesome.
And now we say we have biogas because we will be bottling the biogas,
okay,
and transport it for industrial use.
What is happening here?
So that is a form of market waste.
Market waste?
Yes. So those are remnants from a food processing company that produces juice.
Okay.
Yes. So what we have there are peels.
Okay,
that
peels.
will be used.
Fruit peels, huh?
Yes. That will be used in the composting process.
Okay.
So this is what is left after the separation and drying is done.
And then here what happens?
So this is used to form the windrows together with the market waste. I did indicate that this market waste are vegetable and fruit waste that we collect from the market.
Yes.
So they are co-composted with this.
How do you determine the proportions?
It's all dependent on the nutrient levels within the waste.
Okay.
Okay, and how much that should be introduced into the compost. And we have parameters we must meet. And these are from PPRSD. PRSD regulates the production of fertilizer in Ghana. Okay. And they have parameters in terms of nutrients we should have in the compost or in the biofertilizer. So in feeding, you know how much or how many tons of market waste will produce a certain level of nutrients.
Okay.
And that is why we say that we test the waste to know their resource potential before we receive them.
How do you test it? Do you have a lab here?
Yes, we have a lab.
At some point in time, we'll go and check out the lab. After we left, we'll check out the lab. I see a water body there over there. What is that?
So that is the wastewater treatment pond.
Okay.
So the wastewater generated from the process is stabilized through these ponds and reintroduced in the composting system. You need to water the compost, you need to turn it, and these nutrients are still introduced into the composting system.
Okay, let's check it out.
Yeah.
So this water has come from the process?
Yes, it has come from the process.
Can anything live in it?
They can.
Okay, so wastewater treatment.
Yes.
I see the sign over there.
Yes.
Let's see, so all the way up there, down there, through here, to end up here.
Yes. So they first go there, and we have those ductworks that feed on organisms within it to stabilize it. Yes. Then we use them to water the compost if we need watering in the composting process.
It's truly circular?
Yes, truly circular.
Nothing is wasted?
Nothing is
wasted.
wasted.
Is not wasted?
No, not at all. Waste is a resource that can't be wasted.
I see orange.
Yes.
Those are oranges over there?
Those are oranges over there. Those will be combined with other food market waste to form the windrows. That is the compost.
Interesting.
Yes. So the colorful batch you see there is quite new.
The right one here?
Yes, the decomposition is now started. Okay, but when you look at this, you see the colors that you see there are not in here. It means this is approaching maturity.
This was once like that?
This was once like that.
Okay. All right. I see sugarcane. It looks like sugarcane to me.
Those are plantain stalks.
Oh, it's plantain stalks.
Banana stalks. Yes.
Okay, all right. So it's fruit waste.
Yeah, fruit waste, fruit and vegetable waste.
Okay.
That are combined with a sludge that is gotten from the digestate to form the compost. Yes. And this takes about 90 days to mature and ready for soil application or farm application.
So when you're done, you bag it, right?
Yes, we bag it.
Okay.
Yes.
It'll be interesting to see what the bagged product looks like at the end. Okay.
The bagged product.
And of course, then farmers now can have access to it.
Farmers can now have access to it.
Okay.
It's improves the organic matter content of the soil and increases microbial activity in the soil.
Okay. Where is this?
So this is where we store the compost or the biofertilizer after production.
Okay. So this is the final stage?
Yes, this is the final stage.
Okay. Really waste the resource. Let's see. Ah, yes, sir. Premium organic fertilizer, 30 Ks, Asasi-Jifo.
Asasi-Jifo.
What does that mean?
It means the savior of the soil.
Jimmy, save me. So the savior of the soil.
Yes.
And this is, so inside this you have your waste, your market waste.
We have them.
Your sludge, everything.
Everything decomposed and stabilized in a fertilizer form.
Awesome. This is great. And then you have all the breakdown.
Yes.
Nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, organic carbon, organic matter, calcium, magnesium, sulfur.
Yeah.
Those are the macronutrients. Meaning what, you have them in greater proportions?
In proportions, yes. And the micro ones?
You have zinc, iron, boron, manganese. Organic fertilizer supports beneficial microorganisms and nutrients in soils, growing media, and plants. So, on average, from the time the various waste products enter here to here, what's the length of the cycle like?
So that takes about 115 days.
Okay.
For us to get a full usable biofertilizer.
From Krinkring to Krankran.
From Krinkring to Krankran.
Almost 4 months.
Almost 4 months.
Okay. Okay. So what is he doing? He's going to show us what it looks like, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we'd like to see. Do the farmers know where the fertilizer comes from? This is
yes,
great.
They know.
Yeah. It's awesome. Asasi-Jifo.
Yeah.
Savior of the land.
Yes.
Okay.
So where we have depletions, soil depletions due to galamsey, this can be used to reclaim the soil and make it
Let me see.
More vitalized for plant growth. You can't smell any poops in there.
No.
You can't smell poops in there.
So it's human waste, food waste, market waste,
industrial waste,
taken through the process.
Taken through the process.
It's now a resource.
It's now a resource.
Awesome. Well done.
It increases your yield by a minimum of 20% to 99%. So if you grew 1 ton without Asasi-Jifo and you now use Asasi-Jifo, you should be getting close to 1.2 to 2 tons.
Awesome.
More revenue at premium prices on the market, because organically grown products are perceived to be of a certain quality and are bought at a certain price above those that are chemically grown.
Indeed. And our environment is smiling.
Awesome.
What's inside this greenhouse-like structure?
Okay. Let's go there.
Okay. How do we go there?
Yeah. Let's see this.
Oh. Safizana. All is well.
All is well.
Okay. So basically, small storage of the fertilizer.
Small storage of the fertilizer.
Okay. Is this the raw material that came in and the recordings of the weight?
So this is how much you produce.
Okay.
Per hour.
Oh, okay. 8 to 9, 32. What?
Yes.
Tons.
32 bags.
Bags. Okay.
And each bag is 32 kg.
Yeah. So that's a lot of bags.
Yes.
Okay. Great. Is this a greenhouse?
Yes, this is a greenhouse.
Okay.
And this is where we test the efficacy of the final product.
Oh.
Yes. Though we take samples for laboratory tests, those are lab tests.
Okay.
The empirical one is what we do here.
They say we shouldn't step on this. What is inside here?
So this is wastewater collected for reuse.
Okay.
So this is lettuce. That is grown with Asasi-Jifo.
It's been used on it. Okay.
See the green and thick nature of it.
The salads will be nice.
Very, very.
Okay.
The Asasi-Jifo increases the shelf life for a minimum 1 week.
Awesome.
So this tells you it has the tendency to reduce post-harvest losses.
Exactly so.
Chemically grown ones start deteriorating after a day or two without treatment.
Big difference.
Yes.
Okay. So various plants are being
so this is cucumber.
Inside. Okay.
We just harvested this.
Okay, cucumber.
Yeah,
okay.
cucumber.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
What do you like about this job?
Wow. What I like about it is that for every gram of poo I flush away, I lose about 9 watts of electricity.
Really?
Okay? Yes. If we say that the only way to make economic gains as a nation is to industrialize. Industry is based on energy. It's powered by energy. You can imagine the quantum of energy required to power a certain level of industrialization. If poops or toilet can help produce that, why go and mine?
Let's just poop our way to development.
Just poop our way to development. Why go and mine? Why do you depend on fossil?
I like the argument.
Which is more expensive.
And we do it naturally. Nobody has to tell us to go to the bathroom.
Yes.
We just go. And then you mine it and then we are done. Yes.
Which is more expensive.
Okay.
Fossil is more expensive.
All right. I like that development paradigm.
And has environmental cost.
Exactly so.
Attached to it.
Indeed. Okay. Is there anything else you want us to see that we haven't seen yet?
Yes. How we determine the potential of the waste that come in terms of its safety and how much resource it can produce is done in the lab.
Can we go in?
Yes, you can go in.
Okay. So we're in the lab here at Safizana. Simone J. Tell us your job description, what you do, and then, your title and then what you do.
Okay, so I'm Simone J. I'm in charge of safety, health, environment, and quality for Safizana Ghana Limited. So what I do is I ensure safety on site, as well as our activities also impact positively to the environment. So with all environmental reportings, the person in charge for that, as well as quality of our raw materials to finished product.
Okay. I'm curious though, for the waste to energy part of your operations, does the lab come in at any point? Show me how important the lab is.
So it starts from the raw material. So before then, any new waste source that comes into the facility, or before we even accept, we pick samples, run the test in the lab, we check the dry matter, organic matter, and also the pH. So the organic matter indicates or tells you the material can break down.
Which machine are you using to test
So
that?
we have the furnace, which is just here.
Okay.
This is the furnace.
Okay.
So we use that to check the organic matter.
Is it heat?
Yeah, it's heat. It's actually a furnace. So we heat it at a temperature of 550 degrees.
That's too hot.
550. So
Right.
it burns all the organics to ash. So ideally, if it's organic, it should burn to ash.
Yes.
But if it doesn't burn to ash, then that means when you put it in the digester, it's going to form biomass, then it's going to reduce the volume of the digester.
I get you.
This is the dry oven. So we use that to take the moisture out. Normally, the temperature we use is 105. We know water boils at 100 degrees, so anything above 100, you take all the water out. So what we try to, when we take the water out, we're able to know the dry content of the material.
Right.
And that also gives us an indication of how much gas it can give. Now, the equipment we use to test the gas quality of the machine, of the material, is this equipment known as the BMP equipment, biomethane potential.
Okay.
And it's a mini digester. Currently, we are trying to run a test using sugar solution to test whether there's any leakages in the digester. So what happens is we pick an inoculum from the digester, we add a substrate, that is the material that we want to test, the new resource. We put it into it, and after 21 days, we're able to get the gas. So what happens is the gas is produced in this digester. It's connected to these tubes, which the gas moves through the tubes, it goes through a scrubber, which then produces bubbles. But the gas, normally, if you want to measure methane gas, you put in sodium hydroxide. But if we want to measure biogas, we just put in water.
Okay.
So everything moves in, including the other gases. But if we are looking at producing only methane, the sodium hydroxide is able to trap the other gas like H2S, carbon dioxide, but only the methane gas moves through it. And this is a counter. So what happens is in this counter, if it's the gas coming display.
It reads on this display here.
Yeah, and it's actually connected to our email, so it sends the final results to email. So after the 20,
a lot of tech.
Yeah, but this actually takes 21 to 30 days. But we have in the lab designed our own system, which we use in making the system quite faster. So for us to be able to get a quick response or a quick reaction, we come out with this semi-digester here. You have the inoculum, which you subject the sample into it. So within a day,
it's done.
If you get the gas, so you can just open Abraham. So it starts for producing bubbles. So as soon as you see the bubbles coming out, it's an indication that there's gas production.
Okay.
So that means the material can actually produce gas for you.
All right.
Basically, that is what we do.
Okay. So before we go, please open the fridge for me. I don't want to drink water. I just want to see what's inside.
We have samples in.
So what's inside here?
It's also part of our quality control. So as you're also giving them the sample, the recipe to feed, we also pick samples of what is being fed. So we try to, so if you look at this, the mix pit. So this is what was mixed in the mix pit.
Yes.
So we pick samples of that. Okay. It also has the dates on it. So we try to compare to see with what we give to them if the dry matter is similar to what has been fed. So we cross-check what is being fed. We also pick, because we're also treating fecal, we also pick samples of all the fecal that we receive.
This is put in the fridge?
Yeah. So we put it in, we check the pH, the EC, and also the dry matter. If we identify an issue with the fecal, then we also EC the salt content in the material, and in that case, it's also destabilizes the digester. So in that case, we try to also educate the clients on that.
Why does the stuff have to be in the fridge?
Yeah, we want to keep it in a controlled environment and also keep the parameters constant. Because of our plan, we're also trying to save cost, not running, let's say, for the oven, you just put one sample in and run it and you are going to waste. So what we try to do is, for drying and other stuff, we normally do that. Not that I put one sample in and you are, for the duration in the oven too, you take about 18 hours. And 18 hours, you are going to put only one sample in. It's
not efficient.
Yeah, so it's not efficient. So we try to also save cost.
All right, Simon, I mean, this is really the nerve center of all the operations. And I really want to thank you. Is there anything else you want to say that is important? We are really interested in the waste to energy component of things.
Yeah, so as I earlier said as well, we are also in charge of ensuring the environment is clean. Yeah. So with our effluents going that we produce, we also have an internal lab which we also run analysis on the effluents. So the equipment there is what we use. And then we also welcoming clients who want their effluent to be tested. This lab is actually certified. We have been trained by Waternet, and a company from the Netherlands, which actually, when we say Waternet, it's like Ghana Water of the Netherlands. So they trained and also set up this facility, which we have good equipment that we can run
well. Okay, Ali Klim, I really enjoyed this tour of Safizana. All indeed is well. I've seen how you're turning waste to a resource, be it electricity or fertilizer. What's the way forward?
So the discussion on circular economy is gaining traction. Policies are being formulated by government to advance circular economic models. It is our desire to scale up this one into other areas beyond Ashaiman. We are currently in Kumasi, and we want to explore Tamale and other areas within the western enclave. The more we scale, the larger the impact we make. Impact in terms of waste evacuation, and less exposure of people to waste, in terms of carbon mitigation, and also reduction in sanitation-related diseases. The numbers we are generating now, we impact about 81,000 people. On our scale-up plan, when the plant in Kumasi becomes fully operational, we will be impacting about 121,000 people. Our aim is to impact 1 million lives, over 1 million lives, and that culminates into a certain number of plants. And so far as policies are in place, are shaped to give circular economic models conducive environment to grow, we shall achieve our aim. Thank you very much, Kafi.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate your coming, and we hope this is a lesson to all. For every gram of toilet you flush away, that's about 9 watts of electricity flushed away. Let's conserve more by reusing waste to produce the very useful products we need in our daily lives. Thank you very much.
All is well indeed.
All is really well.
Safisana Ghana Limited General Manager Eliplane Asilevi taking us around this plant as part of our Cafe Day. Thank you for watching.
No doubt,